Hello. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Merry festive holiday. Incoming still. I don't know. I'm feeling festive. I'm feeling festive. I'm letting feeling festive take that seasonal depression. I'm overriding the seasonal depression, which is hitting hard lately. I'm letting feeling festive override it. What a good strat. What a good strat. Thank you. Holiday season, Christmas, related holidays that I don't celebrate. Thank you. Yule. Thank you for helping me be less depressed. How's everybody doing? How's everyone doing? Yeah, we started kind of late today, huh? Well, this is a music. This is a playlist called Study with Miku Part 4. The first three are like lo-fi hip hop, which are nice. You took Oliver for a walk? You take your cats for walks? Or is it just Oliver? Does Thea not like walks? Or is it just not her time to go for a walk? Yeah, with Miku. Studying with Miku. That's not a Miku song? What, really? Oh, Techno! Techno, thank you! Yes, I would love to draw Midori. I would love to draw Midori. Something festive. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. With that, let's go ahead and get into it. Oh. Whoops, I had the browser open. Oh, it's a Teto song? Well, Studying with Miku. It's got a few different Vocaloid songs. It's good. It's good stuff. It's a great playlist. I like it. Oh, Matasal, thank you for following. I don't know where the notification is, but you know, that's fine. That is a-okay. I forgot to turn on the connection. But yeah, there we go. We've already got one delightful, oh, let's go copy. We've already got one delightful commission. Thank you so much to General Techno for that. Let's go from clipboard. I recently realized, so I've been making a new 3000 by 3000 canvas, and then copying the paper layer and then coming back and pasting it. But I realized I can just copy the layer and then create it from clipboard, which I think is a little bit easier. And anything I can do to make things a little bit easier is gonna help me in the long run. Oh, Oliver jumped out the door the other day, so I started taking him for walks again. Oh, Thea doesn't like it. Huh, do you have like a harness or something for him? Oh, it's in Project Set Guy. Ah, okay. Hi, Dreki. I haven't said hi to everybody yet. I haven't said hi. We've got, let's see, Jao Ozaki came in and grabbed the first redeem. Thank you, Jao. Hi, Jao. Lovely to have you today. Techno is here, of course. Wow, you're first. Incredible. Prithby is here. Hi, Prith. Hello, friend. Ethereal's here. Hi, Ethereal. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and Oliver had a nice time today on your walk. Congrats to who won the big fight in the basement? Oh, Jao. Congrats to Jao for winning the battle royale. Caspi came in and subscribed. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much, because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Thank you, Caspi. Presmop is here. Hi, Presmop. Yes, let's override the seasonal depression with festive joy. At least let it soften the blow a little bit. Oh, it's also a Rin song. Okay. I was about to sleep when I saw a notification saying that Cheese was streaming, and my mind was, I need to go and say hi in their stream. Well, you've said hi, and it's lovely that you stopped in, but you should go to sleep, right? It'll be best for your health if you go to sleep, right? Unless you can sleep in tomorrow. You have stuff to do? You have a harness for him? Good, good. The fairy EST. The clock is acting weird. Here, let's do... There we go, I fixed it. I've been trying to move to StreamerBot. I spent like all of Wednesday. I guess before the stream with Beanie. Happy 4 a.m. Prithvi! I'm gonna tuck you in! Night! Let's see, this is Prithvi. This is Prithvi. No, I need to make it blue. Prith is blue in my head. Oh, because the Twitch name is blue. This is Prith. Time for sleep. Tuck you in. Give you a nice warm blankie. Snooze, snooze, snooze. Your silly little hair antenna. Sleepy Prithvi. There you go. Have you seen the Project Sekai movie? I have, actually. I played a little bit of Project Sekai when it first came out, and then eventually I was like, this is a gacha game. And I don't have anything necessarily against gacha games. They just end up boring me, eventually. So I liked the rhythm game aspect, but the gacha game aspect started boring me. Oh, 5-stream streak for Zhao. Lovely, lovely. Anyway, we have 6 slots today. Eventually we'll start having more slots. But we started late today, and I'll get used to doing Flash Commish Friday a little more. Gacha games are a hard pass for me. I respect that. If you are the type to spend money on mobile games, it can get very dangerous. It can get very dangerous. General Techno. Lekno. That's a T. Techno. Yeah, I know Techno's like a cat. That's probably not accurate to his design. But he would like me to draw Midori. His character. I would love to. Mobile gachas I picked up and dropped. Last one I did was Isekai Slow Life, and it became more grind than fun. Really? Excuse me, I don't know what came over me. Thank you, Joe. Oh, hi, Lo-Fi! I get sponsorship offers for Isekai Slow Life. Should I give it a try? Should I give it a try on stream? I don't know how much I want to be promoting a gacha game on stream, you know? The movie suffered from effectively having multiple cast of characters. Oh yeah, it was, the movie was like stuffed with characters. But it was really fun. The songs were really fun. There was like a post-movie show. I thought the story was touching. There was like a post, I saw it in theaters. With Spicy Pineapple Juice, actually. We hung out in the real life. There was like, after the movie, there was like a post-show, like little Miku concert. What are you doing? Where you at? Hi, Archer! So that was really fun. That's technically the first and only Miku concert that I've ever been to, if that counts. I would love to someday, though. Maybe next time Kikuo is in the area, I'll spend a bunch of money that I don't have to go see him. Oh, I'm so mad that I missed Kikuo Land when it was in the area last time. Once I spent too much for specific characters, I just cold turkey quit it and deleted it off my phone. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My life really went downhill ever since Cheese got me into gambling. I mean, usually with sponsorships like that, the ones through Stream Elements, they'll like offer. Oh, yay! Ethereal Slate. Oh, I'm so sorry. Screaming Goose has to have sniffles, but we've got that. We've got that. Ethereal Slate. Screaming Goose with sniffles. Oh, poor guy. Poor Goose. I feel bad for it immediately. Oh no. Oh, hi Tofu, welcome in. I'm fine without any sniffles. Poor guy. This looks like it could be an emote, honestly. Yeah, last Friday, Tofu was like, hello, I would like a drawing of Coco, my character, waving. And I was like, okay, and I did that. And then he uploaded it as an emote, and I'm like, wait, let me make one that looks proper as an emote real quick. Where did I put it? But it's that emote right there in chat. You guys can see it. You guys can see it. The story was touching, but I prefer if it was told once, not 5 times. That's valid. Oh, they gave out CDs as a bonus for going to the cinema near the premiere. Ooh, I kind of wish I had done that. Oh, big stretch. Hi, damsel. Hello, wife. What? Big stretch. Big stretch. Oh, very nice, very nice. Thank you, damsel. How are you doing today, wifey? Wifey, wife. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started, huh? Let's get our timer. Let's set it to 20 minutes. Very good. The second time I went to a cheering aloud screening. Oh, lovely. That's so fun. Let's see. Are you guys digging the music? Are you vibing with it? It's nice. It's chill without being too sleepy, you know? I like bossa type music like that. Bossa type remixes. Let's see. People had pen lights and could use them during the movie. It didn't quite capture a concert atmosphere. I can imagine it was still really fun though. I'm first. OMG, you're so first. Archer's on a 7-stream streak. That's beautiful. Thank you, Archer. Thank you. Okay. Commission reference guide for Midori. Wow, what a cutie patootie. I hope you don't mind if I skim this, Techno. What? There's lots of details involved. She's a streamer, she changes her look. She's got a cute necklace. 100% fine. Yippee! Oh, hi, Tantalus, welcome in! Up to you regarding the look to draw, yeah. Appreciate it. Whoa, 5'10" before heels. Oh, lady. Her outfit's inspired by Transformers animated Lugnut. I love that. I love that though. Default drip. I went in hard mode by having a character with multiple distinct aesthetics. Yeah, I get you, I get you. Let's see. Wow, there's lots of lovely art of her. Wow, Miku! Miku! I know it's not Miku. Miku! Oh, wow. So cute. Oh, I can see. Thank you, Tantalus. So cute. Oh, this is the pared down version? Techno, this is 13 pages. Okay, I think I get the gist. Well, Chi-Chi! Hi, Chi-Chi! Hi, Chi-Chi and friends! Wee Wade, what about Tart Wade? Chi-Chi, did you finish the thing? Welcome in, everybody! How did stream go? I know I was there for a lot of it. Well, it's done. She streamed on YouTube today! Oh my god, the other tab is me now. The house almost burned down. Wait, were you being too festive? Evil dishwasher raid. The dishwasher got angry? That's crazy. That's wild. Well, welcome in, everybody. We got Senti, we've got Madame. Hello, welcome in, my lady. Roy is here. Hello, Roy. Momor. Deadman's Frag. Hello, Frag. Zelos, welcome in. Damsel was already here. Hi, Chubba05, welcome in. It's lovely to meet you. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a Bunny Fairy Doll VTuber, as you can see. I like Chi-Chi a lot. Everybody follow her. I'm gonna wait for the 5th spot because I won't be able to watch for spots 3 or 4. I can just wait on yours. Honestly, you can just let me know when you're back. Let me check you out. Art by Chi-Chi. Everybody follow Chi-Chi. If you're here and you're not following Chi-Chi, you're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. You're making a great mistake. Follow Chi-Chi. Follow Chi-Chi. Follow Chi-Chi. I love Chi-Chi. She's my favorite streamer. Fighting away the seasonal depression by being excited about our friends. Oh, we're dancing now. Don't mind the transform tool or the upskirts. But we're jamming now. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. I like to draw. I'm silly. Booty is the nicest. Hi, Caspi. I'm jamming, I guess. Everybody follow Chi-Chi. I like to draw here. I like to do, what else do I like to do? Character art. Paint-alongs. A little bit pixel art here and there. It's been a little while, honestly. We like indie games. We like playing retro games and Nintendo games. And I love hanging out with you, all of you, and having a lovely time. Today we're doing Flash Commission Friday. It's 20 minutes-ish. A 20-minute-ish sketch. I am seemingly notoriously bad at keeping it to 20 minutes. So it's technically like a 30-minute sketch. But not quite. It's functionally an approximately 30-minute sketch, but the timer says 20 minutes. Hi, Yellow! Here's a daily dad joke. A dyslexic walks into a bra. I've heard that one before, it's great. You're an artist like all of us. Yes, of course. Am I going bold? Can you draw two frogs kissing? I'll do it for, $15. $15 for a roughly 20-minute sketch. Colored. Here's examples of the other ones I did. Look at it. Whoa. Damsel! Yay! Of course, it's Damsel. damsel. We'll wait for hers until she comes back. But look, this is the one I made for damsel last week. Look at that! This is the one I made for Chi-Chi. Oh yeah! Look, it's the Chi-Chi Derm. You guys know Chi-Chi. You just rated in from her stream. Tantalus! Yay! Tantalus! Yes, please do. DM me on Discord. Send me your refs. Yes, the Chi-Chi Derm. I'm actually very excited about how cute the Chi-Chi Derm is. But yeah, it's a nice 20 to 30 minute sketch, colored. Or like, this is a kind of cleaner drawing than what most of the like character art tends to be. Like we got this Tofu's character Coco and Cutie Patootie. We have real life ethereal. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I accidentally didn't color in the shoulder when I was making it transparent. So we're just gonna do that real quick. Now it's better. Now it's better. Yes, the Chi-Chi Derm. But yeah. So that's what we're doing today. We have, oh my god, my welcome board says that we have 6 slots left. That is not true, we have 2 slots left. It's you, it's ethereal! I kind of want to start doing that chibi style more often. Like, I think I want to open up commissions for that chibi style once I'm comfortable with it. Wow, another Coco! Yay! Thank you, Tofo! Tofo. I'm so used to saying Tomo. We have 1 slot left, actually. This is your last call. Oh, that's white. Tofu. Coco. Coco. I was trying to do like a sideways kitty face, but I realized I'm not actually typing. I can do an upright one. Coco. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Let me get back into place. It's lovely to see you all today. If you're new here and you'd like to introduce yourself, feel free to do so. I see Jack came in a couple minutes ago. I didn't see you come in and all the hullabaloo. All the hullabaloo of a raid. Big cheese? That's what you said? Cheesecake got an Ultraman timer right now, given the size. I don't get it. I don't know enough about Ultraman. I'm sorry. I got excited there for a second. Hello, I'm Brick. I throw bricks. Oh, yikes. That's scary. Don't throw a brick at me, please. Cheese Mega Evolution? Ooh! That sounds exciting. Oh, Ultraman grows giant for limited amounts of time. It's his superpower. Oh! I feel like I might have known that. I have a friend who's really into Ultraman, and I've seen like screenshots. I just assumed that sometimes he's big. Or some of them are big. I know there's a lot of Ultramans. I've sent character reference. Thank you, damsel! I'll make sure not to do yours until you're back. Yeah, I got worked up there for a sec. Yeah, my model literally does not have a booty. What do you mean we've all been lied to? Did you assume that I did? That's your assumption. Look, I'm upskirt proof. I'm upskirt proof. There's nothing there. I don't have to worry about it. Why is the transform tool there? Somebody get that out of here. Thank you. There's nothing. Don't worry about it. Me and Cheesecake went, those ain't cut, nothing to look at. Hi, Nikki. Hi. Wait, Sound Ninja. Welcome in. Hi, Sound. Hi, my name is Sound Ninja. I throw kunai that make your ears explode. Please don't throw kunai at me. I'm a dono and run because I'm having my birthday dinner with my boyfriend soon. Yeah! Well, Thank you, Jack. Now I'm the leader of the Decepticons, and we're a half hour into stream, and we haven't even started our flash commissions yet. I do have the naked form, but she's naked doll-like, so it's smooth all over, bro. Yeah. I'm like, I mean, I'm technically a ball jointed doll, but I'm featureless. I don't have features. Some ball jointed dolls have features, and I respect that artistically. But I'm not a ball jointed doll that has features. Oh, you are too! Right. I'm like one of those fancy artsy BJDs, but I don't have that like, those like dreamy BJD eyes. You know those fancy dreamy BJD eyes? Like that. Some of my joints are ball joints, there's just meat in the way. Yes, damsel, there's nothing. Thank you for the clip. Well, why did I mute it? Some of them are big. I know there's a lot of Ultra fans. Ultra fans. Ultra mans. Thank you, damsel. I'll make sure not to do yours until you're back. Oh, it's so quiet. Yeah, I got worked up there for a sec. Where is it? Oh yeah. What do you mean we've all been lied to? Did you assume that I did? That's your assumption. Look, I'm upskirt proof. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's just nothing. I don't have to worry about it. A floating head with a sun hat and some arms holding a beach ball and sandals. There? I actually do have. Out of here. Thank you. I actually do have a summer outfit. I do have it. I have a summer model actually. I don't. It's my old. The face tracking won't work because it's my old version. Where are ya? Where am I? Sunny. Face tracking won't work, but I'll show you anyway. Oh, it does work, but it doesn't work as well. It doesn't use my new tracking. I can't cheek puff. And it blinks differently. It's so odd now. I'm so unused to it. Slay, why have I not seen this before? I used it for one stream. One single stream. Yeah. It was for my VTuber SummerSlam. And there's the fan art that Beanie made. Slay, why have I not seen this booty? You see how the eyes blink differently? Like, look how the eyes blink. Alright, they're down like that. Let me go to my new one. They blink a little different. Are the bunny ears working ears? Because you have two sets of ears? Technically, neither of them actually do any, like, hearing or listening. My senses are based on fairy magic. The same magic that animates me as a living fairy doll, is how I can hear, how I can see. What's so funny about that? Are you cracking up? I didn't mean to clip so much? Oh, you're good. I can just crop it later. Yeah, my normal model is basically a sundress already. It's a little cozier, a little comfy cozier. I'm a ghost in a puppet, so I've got no ears? Oh no, you've got two ears. I've got two sets of ears, you've got no ears. There's gonna be accusations. Accusations of theft. Yeah, I got ears, but they're just aesthetics. Yeah, you guys know the Velveteen Rabbit story? It's kind of like that. With that outfit, these, let me take off my glasses real quick. I'll put them back on. These sunglasses. Where are they? There they are. These sunglasses were made to go with that model. Cute sunnies! Cute sunnies! Minus the end of Velveteen Rabbit? Yeah, I haven't become capital R real. Wait, no, I have. Wait, minus the end? No, yeah. I am capital R real. That's why I'm, like, moving and thinking and all that. I took your ears, yeah. You could have had, like, pointy fairy ears, and they're gone. They're mine now. I only have one set of ears. Cat ones! Oh, really? Oh, the part where the rabbit gets burned? Oh my god, you're right. Oh, hi, Vesper. Super late Chi-Chi raid. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad when, like, some of the sweetest streamers I know are hanging out now. Hi, Vesper. It's lovely to see you. Yeah, we're kind of just chilling before we actually get into the art. We're just having fun. I don't want to rush too much, you know? I'm glad this is actually Prithvi now. Chi-Chi chat, did you know that Prithvi came in here when it was almost like 4 a.m. for him? That's crazy. But that's him now. That's him now. Oh yeah, I'm super happy to see you guys, you also. Did you guys know that Vesper is like literally the sweetest person I've ever met? Snap, snap. Let me shout out Vesper too. I'm gonna need Prithvi to sleep. Yeah, if he's up and still listening to this, you better not say anything in chat. Go to bed. Yeah, Vesper is literally, like, she does co-working streams and, like, literally form him into a square. Sure. Literally, if you need something heartwarming, if you need to pick me up, go into her stream and be like, hi. And then, like, just the absolute warmth of her adorable VTuber, the little hearts she puts up against the camera. She's so sweet. Literally, she says the most wholesome things too. Follow Vesper. She's lovely. Chi-Chi, if you do have to raid and run, feel free to do so. Did you end up finishing the little reindeer? Let's turn Prithvi into a square. Oops, cut and paste, that's fine. Bigger. Become cube. Prithvi, become cube. Oh, you were close finishing him now. You can do this, Chi-Chi. Godspeed. Godspeed. I keep wanting to think of, like, I keep wanting to use the Japanese word ganbatte, ganbatte, but I don't want to seem like too much of a weeb. You know what I mean? Not that you guys have any expectations for me at this point of not being a weeb. I was literally spending a couple streams ago going, Kyabetsu, Kyabetsu. Yeah, ganbatte. Ganbatte tene. But I found that the closest equivalent in English is Godspeed. Godspeed, my friend. It's like simultaneously like, you can do this, good luck, I believe in you. You know what I mean? You have a Miku dance emote, the assumption is long past. Yeah, I've had that since like pretty dang close to the beginning. But you know, I'll let my silly fantasy brain take Godspeed instead. Let me see what the proper, like, definition. Oh yeah, you can have Goku speed. Sugoi! You get it, Ethereal, you get it. If you guys haven't seen the newest episode of the Weebiers, it just came out yesterday. 9. Oh no, you hit me with the Cernobaka number. That is it's anime podcast about nostalgic anime, the anime boom of the 90s and 2000s. My friend Beanie made it. Makes it, continues to make it, and I'm on a couple of the episodes so far. I'm on the Christmas episode that's gonna come out on Christmas. You are a fairy. Oh yeah, it's true. If you can guess who my favorite Toho fairy is, then you get a pat on the head. Oh yeah, the Weebiers. New episode came out yesterday. I haven't watched it yet, but you guys should watch it. Yes, Beanie. We got that Beanie shout out. I don't know why it didn't do that properly. Oh yeah. We got Beanie. I don't know many Toho fairies. Wow, I looked up Star Sapphire and I got sapphires that have stars on them. And DC character. Star Sapphire Toho. There she is. What a cutie patootie. Let me pull this up. Look how cute. Look how cute Star Sapphire is. I like her. I like her a whole lot. Yeah, I'm not a booty fairy. Isn't she adorable? Tomo bird, what's up? Why are you biting at my feet? Can you find something else to do, perhaps? I'm sure you don't like biting at my feet. Yeah, no, I like her. I like her a whole lot. But yeah, I say we go ahead and get started. We have General Techno's character Midori that will be drawing in a festive outfit. I think I could do like a cute snow princess situation. You know what I mean? She's purple, so I'm gonna use purple outline. Whatever 20 minutes allows for. Yeah, let's find a cute, like, snow princess outfit. Just to get a little inspiration going. Ahead of time. Oh my god, it's all Elsa. All of it's Elsa. This isn't what I expected. White snow princess outfit. Not Snow White! No! When I look up white snow, I don't want to see yellow. Ballet snow princess outfit. Yeah, just something kind of inspired by this, but maybe a little more like idol culture, kinda. Yeah, right? Let's see. White ice princess outfit. It's still Elsa. Okay. We're gonna kind of use that as inspiration. I wanna play Mai Mai. That's a rhythm game, right? They don't have Mai Mai here? Oh no! Oh, it's like an arcade rhythm game? There's not like a version you can play on your phone or something? Tomo bird? You good? What do you need? He's been a little strange lately, that Tomo bird. You know, how about we give him a little bit of Seeds treat? Let me redeem this real quick so that we don't have to do it again soon. But Let's get some seeds treat for Tomo. Man, I gotta order more of this soon. It's getting low. You see how low it's getting? He loves this stuff. He goes crazy for this stuff. KT Garden Veggie Treat. You want some? Do you hear the seeds noises? Wow, he's not rushing to it. Come here. Seeds treat. Okay. Actually I want to get whoops. A little bluer, a little lighter. There we go. Okay. I'm ready if you guys are ready. Oh, there is in fact, but it's very much not the same. What a bummer. I hope you can find one, nearby somewhere. You know what? I am manifesting to the fairies that they can, bring a My machine somewhere near you. Sometime soon. What's the commission theme for the day? There's not really a theme. It's just character art. Whatever we want to do. It is Flash Commission Friday though, so they're 20 to 30 minute 20 to 30 minute commissions. Saludos, Hecho. I'm never ready, but I'm always game. Welcome in. I acknowledge your presence. Oh, there's unofficial My controllers. Interesting. They require a whole monitor in the center. And it needs to be touchscreen, right? Yeah, I totally get it. Give Cheese all your money, not all of it. I don't want all of it. Oh, you're so sweet, Vesper. Thank you. I'm also looking forward to seeing what I create. Sometimes I surprise myself. Don't give me all your money. A little bit of it is nice, but not all of it. You have to get the software from Swashbuckler Marina. Oh boy. I mean, that's not that much of a problem. At least for me, I guess. I gotta figure out, maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Never mind. Only acquire software legally. Teehee. Why is my brine shrimp tank flickering? Because I was charging my iPad? Yes. The light on my brine shrimp tank's flickering. Guys, my brine shrimps had babies! Oh, I'm so happy, I'm so happy! The air bubbler literally, the restrictor valve gave out, so I had to order a new one. It's not gonna be in for a while, but I can aerate the tank manually.
Little baby man, little baby
I think the monitor needs to be touchscreen? Really? Little baby man, yeah! Oops, dropped my blanket. Yeah, the brine shrimps had little babies. Little baby shrimps. I'm so happy. The game Ratcoin dropped a demo? Ooh, I don't know what that is. Oh, the cabinet uses infrared. That's interesting. Oh yeah, they have a bunch in there. There's a bunch in there. They're starting to get a little bigger too. There's like, so when they first get born, they're like this. And they flip around these little flippers. And then they get a little older and they start to look like this. We're like, you flip around. Flip, 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 flip. And then as they get older than that, they get like this bend. They get like this bend, so they end up looking like, from a dot into an apostrophe. Like a dot into a comma. Or a period into a comma. Oh, it's with gloves. 400 babies, not 400. My tank can't support all that.
Yeah, I could draw little baby brine shrimps all day.
Like they start to develop other legs, but they still can't use them while they're still developing, so they'll have these big flappers that they'll flap around with. It's really silly and cute. And eventually they become pretty little angels. Some of them have big claspers because they're males. My pretty little angels. Poo trail. A lot of them get poo trails. Anyway, I gotta focus. 400 booties! I gotta focus. My focus is so bad today, but it's okay because we're all having fun, right? I'm gonna be still doing this for the next, I don't know, like 10 hours. This is why I had to limit the amount of slots, you know what I mean? Anyway, let's get started. We're drawing Midori, the beautiful character Midori from General Techno. And we're putting her in a pretty winter-themed Ice Princess outfit. Ready, set, go! There we go, we get a head going. We do have one slot left if anybody wanted to claim that. We got time though. I do also gotta try to keep this concise so that it all fits in 20 minutes. Oh, every character so badly I want to give them pointy ears. I'm gonna give her open mouth. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Isaac. Hi, Isaac. How you doing, my friend? Hi, Cygnus. Rules are the same as last time. Flash commissions are $15 or $12.50 if you're a Fey Noble. It's like a VIP with some extra goodies. You get it by using a redeem. We're doing a pretty wave. Oh yeah, hands. We love hands. I'll fix that. I'll fix that at some point. Oh boy. VIP, very important Pres Mob. Yeah, it's a 25,000 point 25,000 point redeem. Lower. Boob is lower than that. She's got a little more going on. Oh, but I suppose Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that arm looks odd. Don't worry about it too much, Cheesy. You can always clean up later. I want a pretty princess outfit. Have a not so much out, actually. I don't want it to be a totally a ballet dress. Ooh, we're over. Very impatient pineapple. Thank you, Emlet. We are over a quarter of the way through now. Oh, hi, Venus. Welcome in. Considering I can spend hours on a rough sketch sometimes, this never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's, this is a skill that I built up. I used to be super slow too, but this is a skill that I built up by doing, timed, pose sketch. Timed pose sketch studies. Oh, she's got lipstick too. Put some hair on the head. I've been lurking since I came in with the Chi-Chi Ray. I hope you've had a lovely time so far. So, whoosh. Put on the rest of her hair. Have it come up in a bun. It has a headband, and let's turn that into a sort of tiara. When I'm doing that, I'm generally doing a more complex pose. Yeah, that's fair. Totally understandable. Yeah, pose sketch studies, lineofaction.com, line-of-action.com. Great. Fantastic stuff. Even better if you're not, like, nudity shy with your art. Sometimes you gotta draw a human body. Like, sometimes it's easier to see how the pose and anatomy are going when there's not clothes in the way, you know what I mean? But if somebody is nudity shy, I totally get that too. But artists, character artists, I totally recommend doing the, like, class mode on line-of-action.com. Life drawing is like that for a reason? Yeah. Yes, you do hear it, Birdie. We just gave him some treats earlier. Not nudity shy, but I'm practice studies of verse, even though that's a dumb thing to be. Totally understandable. But it certainly would help you get faster. World's slowest draw, or one of them I am. I appreciate that, Isaac. It's also like sometimes I draw too fast. You know, like, and it ends up not being to my standards of quality. Pinky finger. Big pinky. Get that smaller. Yeah, never underestimate the power of studies. Okay. Why did I close the wrap of the dress? There we go. I'd like something a little different from what the sleeves have going on. And it's okay to be slow artist. But if it's something you want to improve, there's ways of doing it. Let's do a pretty icicle emblem at each of the, like, places the sleeves connect. Did I say icicle? Snowflake emblem. But we can put icicle, like an icicle pattern here. How gorgeous. And kind of fill it with greeblies. Trace these guidelines on her face. You know what's something that I love about streaming? Is that I can get together with other artists and we can talk about being artists and doing art. I can't do that with all my friends. I have some friends who aren't artists, who don't do art. Art hard. It sure is. Icicle emblem? I want this to look a little bit more up. There we go. There we go. Does this look like my style? I feel like it does, but sometimes I don't know what my style is. You feel me on that? Is her hair... Okay, yeah, goes like that. She's got put 2 here. This is the one Vocaloid song in this playlist that I actually know. This is 1/6 Out of the Gravity, I think. Something out of the gravity. Everyone's an artist. Some people just haven't found their medium yet. That's true. I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, but there's some people who just don't like to do art, which is fine. Bit sparkly in the eye. Is that the same color? Okay. Yeah, I actually don't know any of the other Vocaloid songs in this playlist. But this one's in Project Diva, so... Project Diva Megamix. I've played Project Diva Megamix and Project Diva X. So I kinda have most of the Project Diva songs down. Drink water, thank you Venus. Sipsy. We have an ad starting in just a moment. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. You don't have to do art. What I'm saying is their medium can be in the kitchen or programming. Everything can be an art if you dedicate yourself to it, you know? You've got a great point. I don't like the angle on that, actually. At least try to keep it symmetrical. Implying lace by making greeblies. What? We have 3 minutes left? Is there anything I'm missing in her design? Like anything big. Some quick color down. You know what? I have to... There, just like that. Carefully, GZ. Don't get sloppy. Don't get sloppy. There we go. Not so bad, not so bad. Get her lovely purple hair in there. One Six Out of the Gravity is one of my favorite Miku songs. It's absolutely lovely, isn't it? All right. Maybe a little brighter. Let's err on the side of darker. And then put a little highlight in there. Oh, not that dark. Yeah. Not that dark. There we go. Good, good, good. I know the timer is up, but you know. I'm trying not to accept, you know, that I have more time so that I don't end up slacking. She's got pretty bluish eyes. Sort of ice bluish. A little lighter. A little more teal, actually. Ah, no, 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 they're blue. They're blue, blue. Yeah. I like how this is turning out. Lighter. It's not necessarily festive, but it's winter themed. Is this festive? Would you guys consider this festive to make a winter themed thing? No, let's make that white. You know what else is winter themed? Not me! It's not super light purple, just the tips of the bangs and the inside of her hair. And the unruly bang bit is her brown hair poking through the wig cap. Oh, I see! That's nifty, that's nifty. Let's take, this. Good call on that, Techno. Let's get... I want to get a sort of pinkish gems to sort of represent her, like the lug nut parts of her design. You know what I mean? Like her, headband. I'm glad you like it, Techno. Hi, Ender Autumn. Hello. Hi, Autumn. There we go. Get a little highlights going. Whoops. Get her brown hair. Wink. And get a little blushing going. Not quite that much. I know she kind of does like heavy makeup. She's got some like heavier makeup on. Just blur that out a little bit. I need some. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Let's erase this a little bit here. What? We have a blurring mishap. Some of her hair dye is on her face. What? There we go. All better. Yeah, you know what? I'd say this is done. Just a little bit of cleanup, but I think I'm happy with this. You like it, Techno? The cheeks are, I assume, are just full of energy color. Ah, yeah. You like it? Looks great! Yay! Glad you like it, Techno! CC. I can make that smaller even. There we go, a little heart. CC. Perfect! Let's give it a good screenshot. Let's send it in the Discord. Would you like the transparent version? Because I can whip that up after stream too. I have to like take the time to make sure it looks really good before I send that. But do you want the transparent later? Pop that into Discord. Of course. I'll whip that up after stream. General... No. I don't have anything I have to do tonight otherwise. But that wraps up this one. Yay, we did it! I like the little sparkles in her eyes. Cute. Cute. Hi, Leo! Welcome in! Okay. That is Techno. Sweet, we got one done. Shoop. I love the art. Thank you, Autumn. I love the booty. How you doing, Leo? How did your stream go today? I was busy, unfortunately. I couldn't step in. Sometimes I do come in and lurk. Just lurk quiet. Next time I'll make sure to do an exclamation mark lurk. Yeah, there we go. We've got one of them done and we're already an hour and a half into stream. So it goes. The next one we have up to do is Ethereal Slate. He wanted Screaming Goose with Schniffles. The Screaming Goose with the Schniffles. Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get our timer reset for that. You know what? Let's take a quick breaky break beforehand. How do I put this? I don't want to get into details. It's just gonna be a quick breaky break. Quick breaky break. It's gonna be, oh, Chavo5, thank you for following. Quick breaky break, like just a few minutes. I am in a medical state where I need to be taking brief breaks more often. So it's just gonna be a few minutes. We'll leave a basketball running. I'll just be a couple minutes and I'll be back. Oh, you gotta go now? Thank you so much for stopping in, Chava. It's lovely to meet you today. But I'll be back. Just a moment. I'm gonna leave basketball running. I'll be back by the time basketball is over. Okay? See you shortly. I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. And it's a good thing Ethereal Slade's here, because it's his turn. Do you want a screaming goose that's just sniffly? Or like sick and sniffly? We can use the same blue again. Sick and sniffly. Sick and sniffly goose. Cause it's cold outside, right? A little bigger. Yeah, the gooses. Simpler character. Doing my flashcards? Ooh! Teach us a word, Presmop. So cold, so cold. The chili goose. I forgot. Ore again? Like the personal pronoun? For beefy dudes? For JoJo characters? What's up, Domo? Hi. What do you need? What do you want, little bird? Come here. He's in a chirpy mood again. Hello. Good boy. Sweet birdie. Personally, I default to Boku. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. I was like... I had this open for some reason on my other monitor, and I'm like... Yeah, I'm streaming, tucking. Oh, did I just fall over? Whoops. It looked like I fell over for a sec. I was like, why'd that happen? What? Silly goose, more like chili goose. Yeah. Chili goose. Should we put him in a blanket? But like, make it look nice. Okay. I'm ready to start the timer. You guys ready? Let's go! Presmop has just redeemed a pronoun check. For those of you who have pronouns, which is most of you, many of you, I would believe, have pronouns. Hold on, let me pause this. I can't think while I'm drawing. Boku/Ore. If you would like to share your pronouns in chat, so it helps us get to know each other, helps us know how to interact with each other. Feel free to do that. I use they, them, or am/er pronouns. I like to... I was about to do my raid intro. I use they, them, or am/er pronouns, as in cheesecake. Of course you have yellow wing and pronoun, as in they are going to the store to buy themselves a drink. Or A is going to the store to buy himself a drink. Yum. Japanese first person pronouns are cool. I'd probably use watashi, like a normie. Is that a normie thing to do? Can I be cooler if I use different pronouns? She, her, and they once in a blue moon? Can I have some of Tobo's snacks? Boyfriend is running late and I didn't have lunch in anticipation of a big dinner. Oh no! Yeah, I've been there. I was there on my fella's mom's birthday. I was like, it's starting at 4, right? I'm just gonna not eat all day. And then by the time it got to like 2, I was like dizzy. I was like dizzy, so I had to eat something. I think Japanese first person pronouns are cool. Yeah, they are. There's like antiquated ones too. Some cool ex-gender fellas use jibun in all situations. Doesn't that mean like oneself? Kinda. Like one. Yeah. Hi. What's up, Tomo? You want some scritchies? Aw, sweet birdie. Sweet birdie with some scritchies. Oh, that's a good boy. Oh, he's come up and sat down on me. Oh, reflexive pronoun. Like when somebody's throwing a pronoun at you and you reflexively flinch. I gotta pet Tomo. I would be drawing, but I gotta pet Tomo. This is more important, you understand? Oh, little baby bird, little baby bird. It's true. I pet you earlier, but sometimes you're a baby and you need more pets. Good boy. There you go. You a little happier now that you got pets? Oh, I did it myself. Ah, okay, okay. I love that all animals love pets. Ah, Tomo loves pets. Tomo demands scritches from me sometimes. Some people use it always. Okay, I dig that. I dig that. Tomo's pronouns, because he's an animal, he doesn't really have like an internal concept of gender, I don't think. But I use he, him for Tomo because he hasn't laid an egg yet. Once he does lay an egg, I think, if he does lay an egg, not as if I'm assuming, but if he does lay an egg, I'm probably still gonna call him he, him. Honestly, it's just what I'm used to. But I've had him for like 9 years and he hasn't done it yet, so I don't know, it might surprise me. Okay, timer, go. Go, go, go. I think this is going to be one of the rare times I draw Screaming Goose not screaming. Because it's kind of like iconic to the character to be screaming. Because this is a much simpler character, we can get a lot cleaner with the line art. Much cleaner. He kind of looks like a... what do you call it? Kurudin character. Sniffly drippy nose. Bro is looking like Cubchoo. I think referring to yourself in your preferred pronoun is so much cooler than asking others what pronoun should they use when talking about you. Like, go third person? Yeah, what if Cheesecake only spoke in third person? What if they did that? The doggy is crying. She's whining downstairs. I think because the fella's mom isn't home. He looks chunky, but he's just got his feathers all fluffed up because he's cold. Like in Japanese? I guess I don't know how it goes in Japanese. Like conversationally. Oh, Sans Undertale uses oira like an old farmer, and apparently the Japanese internet freaked out. That's what Nanachi from Made in Abyss uses. which I think is neat. Because that's a non-binary character. That's what I think of when I think of antiquated Japanese pronouns. What do you think of this, Ethereal? Is it different from what you had in mind? Chilly. Chilly little bird. Let me pause this real quick. I'm gonna go see if I can help out the puppy. It's good? I'm glad you like it. Let me fix his butt. I'm gonna check out the puppy. Maybe she wants to go upstairs. Maybe I'll help her up the stairs. Old dog, old doggy girl. Okay. 1 second. I'll be right back. Quick, BRB. Quick. Just check out the doggy. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Yeah, I guess Zola just misses the, head of the house, I guess. Domo bird, come here. I tried to see if she wanted to go upstairs, but she didn't. She didn't seem to. Welcome back, damsel. I'm glad you're back, too. Hello, wife. Watashi has a feminine feel and used in a casual setting? I always thought it was, like, neutral. I gave him too much butt. Chili goose. Formally it's neutral, but not casually. Interesting. Sweet. Line art's done. I guess gooses be simple. Sniffly goose. I missed spouse. Ah, it's okay. I was here the whole time, I promise. How are you doing, damsel? We haven't even gotten to slot 3 yet, so you're good. Yes, because this is just a simple little goose. We can be quicker about this, or we can be careful, more careful about it. Just a simple little goose. I'm glad you're good, damsel. Have you had a nice day so far? I've had a decent day. I've been having trouble focusing lately. It's kind of a shame, but that's okay. It is what it is. We can only do as much as we can. Is his head a different color than his body typically? I don't know how I forgot. There's this cool scene in Kimi no Na wa where a girl in a boy's body fumbles pronouns. I haven't seen that yet. I heard it's really good. Are you guys able to hear the dog? She's whining in the background. I know it doesn't make it through the noise gate, but when I'm talking, can you hear it? Well, I guess now we've got Tomo. We've got Tomo chirping. Whoa. His head is usually lighter blue. Oh, okay, okay. Hi, Tomo. I had a hard time focusing, and then I had to, like, immediately before stream started, I had to run an errand. Come here. Are you good, Tomo? Lighter blue. Like that? Yeah, that looks good. And then the errand took longer than I expected because driving sucks, and I went into Google Maps and I said specific pharmacy. Or not specific pharmacy, and I said pharmacy of this chain. And they were like, okay, here's the nearest pharmacy of this chain. And I went to it. I took like a weird route because I didn't want to drive on the big road. And it took me to a department store which had that pharmacy inside it. So what could have been a simple pharmacy run ended up being like I had to walk through this whole department store. His beak is usually oranger and his feet are lighter. Okay. This department store run, like I had to go through, like find the aisle I needed. I don't usually do quick errand runs. I bundle all my errands into one big trip. I thought I could do it quick, but it took me like a half hour, 45 minutes, start to finish. Ugh. I also hate driving. Yeah, right? Tomo's in a chirpy mood again. I think me leaving the room got him worked up. The pets in this house. The pets in this house. So yeah, it was kind of a drag, but I made it. I made it through. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, I was really close to canceling stream today, but I'm like, you know what? It's better that I'm late than not stream at all. You know, I had to motivate myself. Hi, Tomo. He's having a rap battle with the dog. Are you guys able to hear the dog? Are you able to hear her? Hi, Tomo. I can't? Okay. Yeah, she's just down there whining and there's like nothing I could do about it. Because the person she misses isn't home right now. And, you know? A fun bit of Japanese, yes please. Little bird. How about we do another seeds bribe? Well, is it because I refilled your snack tray earlier? Just a few. Not too many. So some countries have single kanji writings based on phonetics. What do you mean single kanji writings? What do you mean? What is that? Like poetry that's done with a single kanji? Like you can write America as that. Oh, yeah. I feel like I have heard of that. Coworker brought in tools and wood for some whittling to teach me. Oh, I've always kind of wanted to get into whittling, but I sort of never had the tools for it. Like I don't really have the space. I don't have I would need to have something to like cut the wood into shape with, like into the base shape. I don't think it's necessarily done yet. I don't know what much else there is to do. Cold, chilly cold. Chilly cold bird. When you're chilly cold, you do a blush. Chilly cold bird. I also wanted to get into clay and marble sculpting. Ooh. Oh, the kanji means rice. Oh, it means booty? Yeah. I don't really know what else to do with this. Let's make this, whoops. He's dripping blood from his nose. Let's do... Yeah, all of that sounds super fun. Super fun. Awful luck. What more polish can be done in these last minutes? Marble sculpting. Now that's crazy. I find Japanese interesting. Me too. Me too. I just want to do so much art stuff. Yes. Just a little shading. Little touches here and there. Everybody says that German is so different from English, but that wasn't really my experience. There's a lot of it that's really similar. There you go. I don't want to overwork it. I'm fairly certain they're right. I can't understand German at all. Yeah, no wonder I like watching German. I studied German. English is more a Germanic language than a Romance language. That's true, that's true. Like, a lot of the grammar rules in German, oh, look at him go! Understand that. A lot of the language rules in German are also applicable, like, they're the same rules as in English. Like, sure, there's more grammatical genders, which isn't something that really exists in English. There's more, like, there's a bunch of cases for the, for the especially. Yeah, like all of the, once you get past that though, it's really not so bad. Different cases for, subjects and objects, pronouns, and prepositions. The prepositions can be pretty different. Get off my case! You're right. It means the Bart the, huh? The Bart the? Is that a Simpsons reference that I'm not picking up? I haven't watched much Simpsons, like at all. Old Simpsons bit. Die Bart die. D Bart D. Oh, wild. I don't think I'd use D for Bart though. Oh, wait. That means beard. D Bart. D Bart. Right? Right? D Bart. Yeah, that means beard. I'm pretty sure. Like, 80% sure. I don't know if it's D. I don't know if it's feminine case. Anyway, timer be gosh darned. I think this is done. I think this is finished. Because there's no highlighting on it. We can go ahead and make this transparent right away. And we can get to the next one shortly. The Screamant Goose. Yes, the rare Screamant Goose. Too cold to scream. You expect me to scream in this weather? Come on. Go easy on him. I feel like I've not progressed much lately. Maybe this is like the equivalent of art block, right? The language equivalent of art block. Or I guess it should apply to any skill, right? Where you're getting better at something, but when you start to get better at Bruce, as you're starting to get better at it, you sort of are starting to realize you see more scope, and then suddenly there's more. You realize that there's so much more that you haven't learned yet that they want to have learned. So, oh, I give you C's and you're right back to Chippa Chirpin. Is that so, Tomo? Here, have a floor adventure. There you go. There's fun things to be done on the floor. Yeah. You know what I mean? Once your skill improves to the point where your scope widens, then you feel like let's have a stretch. I'm not string a sentence together cheesecake today. Oh, hi, Kiawi, welcome in! What is it that I called you? Kiabitsu. Kiabitsu, that's your new name now. Kiabitsu. Kiabitsu. Let me export this in... yeah. Good. Thank you, damsel, for the Animalese redeem. Okay, we've got silly little sniffling goose. Ethereal is done. Sure, we'll cross it off like that. Now, it's time to do damsel! He speak! What has damsel requested of me? Let me see the reference. How pretty! Wait, who's this character, damsel? Let me show you guys, let me show you. Who is she? I'm surprised I'm actually third. Don't let let me surprise you too much. I need to do the next lesson in my Japanese book. Yeah, go for it, Presmop. I believe in you. Who's this diva? What's her name? She's so pretty. You can really see the like different face shape. Belle Breyer, Henrietta's player 2. Ah, lovely, lovely. It's Madonna. Wait, does she look like Madonna? What does Madonna look like? Madonna. Madonna was like just before my time. Oh, she's pretty. She's pretty. Older. It's Madonna. I can kind of see it actually. I haven't drawn her a while. She's in my art fight lineup. Ah. Yotsubato Yon. Oh, kanji. You can't hit me with the kanji, Presmop. You can't hit me with that. I don't know what that says. What does that say? Okay. Belle Breyer. A pretty. Whoa. Wrong layer. Okay, let's take this color and let us begin drawing. Mo. It's what I can read. Oh, it means read. Ah. So it's. Let's read Yotsuba 4. Madonna is eternal. I don't know. She's a musician, right? I feel bad. How am I supposed to feel when nobody said this yet, but how am I supposed to feel? How am I supposed to respond when somebody says, oh, you're making me feel so old. No, you're making me feel so old just because I don't know something that was popular during their time that wasn't popular during my time. You know? The Gaga of Gen X. I think I understand that much. Is Crystal Cheesecake eternal? Well, see, I am a fairy. I am indeed a fairy. I am actually 126 years old. But I didn't come to the human world until 26 years ago. When I turned 100, I got a human form. I became a human. I gained the ability to turn into a human. And I was a human baby in 1999. Sure thing, Grandpa. Let's get you back to bed. Wait, I don't want to be rude, though, is the issue. I don't want to be rude. So I feel like saying, oh, I don't know who Madonna is really. I don't really know much about Madonna. I feel like that's the kind of thing that elicits the response of, oh, you make me feel so old, I can feel my back creaking. You know, that kind of thing. Titania of the human race. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Ethereal, for putting it into context. So it always puts me in a weird position because it's like, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. And I know when they say that they're just joking, but you know, it puts me in a position where I feel like I have to apologize, right? Do you guys feel that way? 99, I'm Y2K. I'll never forget my age because it's just the year. Yeah. My age is the same as the last 2 digits of the year. My human age is the same as the last 2 digits of the year for the first half of the year. She's a singer and she sings with her vocal cords songs. Yeah, hee hee. Japanese people whack each other in the head when playing rock, paper, scissors. I didn't know that. But you know, there's like funny enough traditions like that, right? What is it? Jankenpon? I don't know what that means, but I know it's what they say for rock, paper, scissors. Is it bon or pon? Jankenpon. I don't remember. It's the cheeky half of the year. Yeah! Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. Pong. Okay. Let us draw this beautiful non-Madonna, non-Princess Peach princess. It's okay to make old people feel old. We are old. But then they say it as if it's like, ooh, you just hurt me with what you said. Oh, you wound me. Do I say sorry? And then they're like, oh no, it's fine. Old. Yeah. I was waiting for the Princess Peach comparison. I mean, the blonde hair and the red, pinkish red dress. Cheese was like 2025 because obviously BC stands for before cheesecake. Of course, that sound. The cheesecake, the dish, was only invented in 0. Year 0. I'm always bad with celebrities even during my time, right? It took me a long time because I'm not like a movies person too much. It took me a long time to know actors. Cheesecake. I love that, Kelly. I was yeah. They're just struck with the realization that time passes. Right, but how am I supposed to respond to it? Oh no, I thought it almost immediately. Almost immediately. Not immediate, but, you know. Crystal cheesecake is eternal, of course. I'll be around forever. I'll stream until it becomes no longer financially, possible. Which hopefully should be never. Yeah, she's very pretty. She's very pretty. Let's get our timer started and we can draw beautiful Belle Briar. I almost called her Briar Bell. Beautiful Belle Briar. I'm gonna draw her curtsying. She's leaning forward, so we have to make her overlap. Chin up when you curtsy. There we go. Let's do it at an angle. Whoops, not that one. More eraser. Oh, wait, that was good actually. I'm trying to do more perspective and foreshortening in my poses. What do you guys? Are you guys having a tickle fight in chat? It looks like a tickle fight. I would cry very much if Cheesecake stopped streaming. Oh no! You best shorten that for. Oh no! It's happening again. It's happening. Whoops. No! Do a curtsy bow. There we go. What a cute pose. Shoulders back. Shoulders back. Do you have a reference for what her shoes look like? I'm gonna lower this and draw on top of it. Are you shortening that for, son? / gender neutral. I'm doing as hard as I can. Oh, she's got the same boots as Henrietta. Okay. I know those boots. Her pretty little ears. Oh, pretty! There we go. What a dainty little pose. Wait, I kind of love it. Whoa, we're past 15 minutes. She does have another pair of boots she wears if you want something different. We'll go for Henrietta's boots. The rest of her hair. Oh, I'll draw that in later. Well, I kind of went for a complex pose. Her big poofy sleeves. Are you guys digging the jams? What? Scribs! Thank you for following! What? Snail is here. Gay emoji react. Welcome in! Oh, I missed a bunch of chat. I was focused. Might need to go do some stuff. Feel free to do others first if it gets to me. Okay, Tantalus. Okay. I paused the timer real quick. Zoe, welcome in. It's nice to see you. Good pose. I'm glad you like it. It's a difficult pose. Feel free to introduce yourself, Scribs. We love making new friends. We love new friends. I switch between green, purple, and pink when someone mentions chat being one color too much. Dude, that's so real. That's so real and valid. Okay. Timer go. Timer go. Let's do a... Ugh. Does that make sense? That hand pose? Does it look like a chicken? We'll tend to that a little more later. Let's flip that. There we go. Oh, she's got floofy sleeves. I looked? I wasn't supposed to look? What? Geese shake. Geese cake. Cease. Check. I'm doing good, Scribs. We're having a silly time. We're having a silly time with our flash commissions. She's got these here. And these. Whoa! Another raid! Oh my goodness, Sparkrust! Sparkrust, how's it going? Let me just finish this little situation that's going on here. Just real quick, then we'll say hi to everybody. Beautiful. Okay, let's pause this. Pause the timer. Hi! Hello, Sparkrust. Hello, Boschfire. Our exiles found a path to the fairyland. Let me guess what you were playing. Was it Path of Exile? Were you guys having a fun time? Let me shout you out. Sparkrust is a newer friend of ours. They're really neat. Here we go. Everybody follow Sparkrust. Streamer. I don't know if you're like a newer streamer. I know Boschfire makes music. But yeah, everybody follow Sparkrust. Fun Path of Exile time. Let's see. I've been streaming on and off for a while. Right on, right on. Everybody throw Sparkrest a follow to show them a big thank you for rating in today. They're both extremely cool. Yeah! Oh, today's music was people making me roar 11 times in a row. That's so silly, that's so silly. Yeah, oh wait. Oh, were you separately? Oh, you were streaming together and rated out both. Okay, okay. I see. I didn't even realize. It both happened at the same time. Oh my goodness, and Roses? Wow, hi Roses. Hello Wild Goose Zero. How is your stream? Wow, we've got 3 raiders all at once. Are we able to shout out Bosch yet? Boschfire. Whoa, we need 31 more seconds. Thank you for following, Wild Goose. We just drew a goose today. Look at that chilly goose, chilly sniffly goose. Plush raid, how sweet! Yes, a triple event. Isn't that incredible? I wish raids started hype trains. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a Bunny Fairy Doll VTuber. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. I like to do character art and painting and a little bit of pixel art here and there. We like doing indie games and retro games and Nintendo games. All together, we like having a fun, chill, and silly time, getting to know each other and loving the world. How are you guys doing? If you're new here, feel free to introduce yourself. Hello, Shemiaza? Shemiaza? Raiders, this is Grease Jig. Yes, hello, I'm Grease Jig. Let's have a stretch. Thank you, Skibbs. Good stuff, good stuff. Today we're doing Flash Commission Friday. For $15, we get a 20 to 30 minute art done. Mostly character art. But we got 1 slot left for that. Any pronouns you aren't using you can borrow. Pronoun rank repossessed mine. Ooh, geez. You can borrow Fair Fairs for a while if you want. As long as it comes back to me at some point. A pronoun bank. Ugh, you got your pronouns repossessed. Let's try this again. Boschfire, I'm about to shout out. Boschfire makes Vocaloid music. Isn't that incredible? I like Vocaloid music. We're kind of listening to Vocaloid music right now. It's Study with Miku. Study with Miku. This isn't Bosch's art, but that's okay. Gasp! Whoa, look at him go. Thank you, Scribs. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed Path of Exile. I think you said so. Yay! What were you doing, Roses? Did you have a nice stream? Were you making art? I love Vocaloid music too. Ooh, if you guys like Vocaloid music, any of you who likes Vocaloid music, come join my Vocaloid server. Come join, come join. Did I affect your shoutouts? Oh, no, you're all good. You're all good, damsel. Hi, Lynn Vexrogue. Vocaloid was my first ever cosplay. Ooh, which character? Lovely to meet you. Welcome. I have a Discord server where we just talk about Vocaloid and we send songs we like. And I made a Kikuo server to talk about Kikuo because I love Kikuo, and we made a Pinocchio P server to talk about Pinocchio P because somebody else wanted to be very normal about Pinocchio P. So join if you want to talk about Vocaloid. If you want to join Discord but without it being a Vocaloid Discord, there's my personal Discord. There's my own local void with Hot Sunny Migo from Fork Knife Game. Let's see. It was Mako, but the younger version. We had a pretty big group. Ooh, that's so exciting. I love group cosplays. I've never done one, but it's fun. I've done like a pair cosplay. I was, What's the character's name? Ringo. Rico. Your Turn to Die. Your Turn to Die. Which character was it from Your Turn to Die? Rio Ranger. Yeah! This goober. I cosplayed this character, and I went to like a small local convention in May 2020. It was the last time I left my house for a little while. Enjoy some popcorn, Roses. Thank you. I've never cosplayed. Hey, that's all right, damsel. That is all right. Hair cosplay. Teto. Oh, you like Teto, Bosh? Yeah, May 2020. we were cutting it close. Like, we knew something was going around, but we were really excited to go to this event, so we went anyway. None of us got sick, thankfully, but you know, we were masked up and all that. I remember where I was. Where were you? Let's continue. Yes, we're doing Flash Commission Friday. $15 for a 20-minute sketch doodle thing experience. I'm losing it. It's okay though. I don't have to be smart, I just have to draw. We're drawing Damsel's lovely character, Belle Briar, right now. Yeah, Belle Briar. What a cutie pie. Cutie patootie. Oh, right, she's got circle blushes. Okay. I was stuck at home because my state had been in lockdown since mid-March. You know, it was March 2020. It was March. They both start with an M and they're right next to each other. You can't blame me. But we're gonna set this timer. I'm gonna have a sippy, then we'll set it. Oh, Neptune, welcome in! Ready, set, go! Yeah, I don't have to think coherently, I just have to draw. I do have to draw a circle properly. Here we go. Higher. First. You're so silly, Neptune. So I'm moving over from Sammy to StreamerBot for my, you know, automation, all my automation. And, I'm learning that there's a lot of things that StreamerBot can do that Sammy doesn't. Which is very exciting. You know how a lot of, streams have, like, the daily check-in situation? What if I make it daily chicken, and then it's like, wait, did you think it said check-in? I think that's great, actually. What if I did that? Have you claimed your daily chicken yet? Cheetah Man! You know what I need on such a day? Dog, a super shiny crystallized sugar pearl rock sugar pip rocks glistening with delight super sweet pearl clear color cheesecake on my screen! Wow, you coming with a lot of energy. I love that. I feel like I know you, but I haven't seen you around in a long time. Is that the case? Whoa, I just did that all in one go. That's crazy. Tomo bird. what's up? You gonna sing a song? Come here. 4 months? Oh, 4 months ago. Wow. Hope everyone's good. Been sick for 3 days. Feeling better, but a lot of migraine headaches. Probably just the nerves from sleeping so much. I mean, I'm glad you're feeling better. I am gremlin mode now. I'm just a gremlin. But yeah, it's lovely to see you again, Cheetah Man. Big, what is this gesture again? Curtsy. Big curtsy moment. How'd she hold out that dress and the little pinchy finger? What do you mean, lovely? We're just getting started. We chat, hype it up with dances. I mean, sure. I'm not gonna be upset if you guys want to dance. It is lovely to see you again, though, Cheetah Man. Whoa, you're first. Why did she lift up her dress? Just cut it shorter. Yeah, come on, Bellbriar. Don't you know anything? She's so cute! Redeems daily chicken. What? Yeah, I'm thinking I'll replace the first fake redeem with daily chicken. I didn't even have that idea until I mentioned it a second ago. She's got cute boots. Let's have her do a tippy toe thing with one of her feet. Oh, the timer has been going. Oh boy, oh boy. You guys partying in chat? Spin! I love you guys' way of thinking and booty. The dress folds are good? Oh, I'm glad you like it, damsel. I'm glad you think so. You're so good at dress folds, so. Boys bot. You'd have to be pretty good at dress folds to be such a wonderful artist of princesses, right? Lovely, lovely. Do the rest of her hair. She's got... She's a scorpion, actually. There we go. Okay. I think I'm happy with the lines. Look at her do a little curtsy. Shoe picks for free cheesecake? Oh, I'm glad you think it looks good, Cheetah. You like it, damsel? This is for damsel anyway. He does a curtsy. A pretty little curtsy. Let's keep the flows more rounded. Is there anything I'm missing? Oh, I think I got it. Cheesecake. That's me. Dress folds make me think of a dress molds. I'm gonna draw some mold wearing a dress now. Yeah, do it, do it. Cute mold girl? Yeah, go ahead and ask. In fact, if anybody ever wants to ask a question, just ask the question instead of saying, "Can I ask a question?" Because you saying, "Can I ask a question?" is in itself asking a question. Yes, you can. Now that was your question. Now you can't ask anymore. /J. Question squared, yeah. Ask a question about asking questions? You know what? No. But if I want to ask if I can ask a question, you know, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Saying, "Can I ask a question?" is like a soft pet peeve for me. Like, yes, no, ask it. We would have gotten to the end of this conversation quicker if you had just asked. Not that I'm trying to rush through any conversations, you know what I mean, though. It's a habit. Another streamer kept commenting on my question a habit. Well, I'm glad we got that. We got this smoothed out right away. Can I cheese and ask question? Yes. These hands aren't the cleanest, but it's okay. They don't need to be. It's a 20-minute sketch. I do really like the pose on this, actually. Beefsteak, what is a question? Something when you want to know something. But what's your question, Cheetah Man? Why so cheesy? Let's make it a little more golden. Yeah. Between a taco, beef and cheese, steak and cheese, or beans and chief? Uh-huh. What would I choose? Beef and cheese. I would choose beef and cheese. There's an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys sticking around through the ad. I'll see you after. Beans and cheese, I realize, is what you meant. I thought you were just being silly, as you are, as you tend to do. Beans and cheese? Cheesecake? No, I pick beef. I pick beef. Well, hydrate and stretch. Thank you, damsel. Thank you, my lady. My wife. Yeah, beef and cheese. Beef and cheese. I mean, steak and cheese is good too, but I think I prefer beef and cheese. Wow, I got the color. No, I didn't. I was like, wow, I got it right. Race dry. A little redder. Yeah, there we go. Between Schmeef and Schmorf or Schmoff and Schweef and Schloff and Schleef, what would you choose? You guys cute? Aw. T-Think, what program do you use to draw? I use Procreate for the iPad. I have a iPad 11 Pro, I think is what it is. I don't know, I've had it for kind of a long time at this point. But I also have a Huion Canvas 13 and Clip Studio Paint. I'm still getting used to these. Can we be like, Schmeef Schmeek, Schmeef Schmeek, hello Schmeef Schmeek, we've web, Schmeebing, Yinyak. I love it. Digital Circus episode 7 just dropped. Yeah, yes, it is called Procreate. I don't know why they named it that. Maybe because you can create like a pro. But that word also means other things. Indeed, Procreate one word. Let's get the rest of the colors in. Don't dally too long, cheesecake. Cheesecake. It means what their shrimps did. It's true! Schmeef schmeek. Ugh, I'm so happy my brine shrimps have babies. I'm so happy. And let's get and can I get rosier than that? More. Less rosy. There we go. No, even less. You know, cooler. Make it cooler. There, that's more what I was looking for. Mish Schmeek. I see chat roaring. I'm so locked in though. Oh, timer's out. How cute! Let's make her boots this color too. let's make them browner, actually. I know, you're pretty cool. I'll check it tomorrow. Too early, not a lot of reactions to it yet. That's fair, that's fair. Would you rather fight a question-sized ask, or size up and ask a question to fight? I would rather question a fight ask Kiawe. Wait, I thought that was Kiawe saying that. I would rather question a fight ask Snail. They want us to be natalists, but that's just my guess. The design you chose gave it a nice birthday cake color palette. Pink frosting, the white dress as in the frosting on the cake, and the blonde hair is the sprinkles. Yeah, there's gonna be blue on it too. Just a little bit for the pearls at her shoulders. Don't dally, otherwise you might dilly, and then you'll dally again. It's a vicious cycle. It's silly, it's silly. But yeah, this is Damsel's design. Damsel's design is beautiful. Beautiful damsel design. There's just a couple things I want to add. It's this beautiful, we'll call it, that's Screaming Goose Blue, isn't it? You know what? Let's borrow this directly from Ethereal. That's the color. That's the color we needed. It's perfect. I want to throw in a little bit of this blue here, because I think it would be pretty here. If you don't mind, damsel. But what if I want to dilly-dally? You know? You should play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. That game's great for dilly-dallying. Okay, there we go. Sweet, I think it's done. And we're only 3 hours into stream. I never mind, brain smooth, yay! Well, that makes things easier for me. Do you like it? I'm pretty happy with it. If there's something that you would have changed, let me know. Let me know. I will change it for wife. I will change it. Ah, shucks. You're so sweet, damsel. You're so sweet. Ah, shucks. Let's go ahead and upload this. It's for damsel. There we go. And let me also tag Ethereal because goose. Speaking emoji. There we go. Okay, how about we have another breaky break? I think you nailed it perfectly. I'm glad. Yeah, I think I got her face pretty right. Yeah. I think I got it pretty good. I won't dwell on it. It's a 20-minute sketch. I've dwelled on it more than I have to already. Quick break. Long break. This is gonna be a 10-minute break. Okay, sound good? We're gonna take it easy for a bit. Recharge, have a snack, refill our water. My water's almost empty. Look, it's almost empty. Oops, wrong button. It's almost empty, so I have to refill that. I'm gonna have a snack. We'll take it easy for a sec, alright? I'll be back shortly. We'll get back to the rest of the arts afterwards. Okay, sound good. See you soon. Hello! Hi everyone! Welcome back from the break. I hope it was nice and refreshing. Let's reconnect our iPad. There we go. Color drop. Color drop. Why are you there? Okay. We drew Belle Briar, Henrietta's character. Damsel Heart's lovely character. The player 2 to Henrietta. Whoa. And we have next Tantalus's character. Look at this. Look at this cutie patootie. Celeste Storm. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of the way that I managed to do the pose here. I think I did alright. Yeah, this is Tantalus's character. This one. Very cool. Let's go ahead and cross that off. We're using whatever color is in our hand at the time. Whatever tool is in our hand. What's up, Tomo? You chirping again? Here, let me invite you on a floor adventure. There you go. I got all these oat sprays. Are you bored of them already? Are you bored of the oat sprays already? Let me get you some floor millet. He's wandered off. Okay, as long as he's being kept busy. As long as he's occupied. Your art's so good. Oh, shucks, Parkrust, thank you. Shuck? I only said one shuck this time. Instead of shucks. Aw, shucks. There was only one. Yes, he's a little chirper, but I invited him on a floor adventure. And he seems to have found something to do. But yeah, delightful character from Tantalus. I had a little peek during the break, but now that we're back, we can actually have a proper look at the character sheet. Elder Storm Sister. She, her, 24, straight, 5'8". Natural intelligent. Proficient in raw elemental magics. Ear wrap. Oh, she's got an ear wrap. I see. Looks the same as Umi's pendant. I don't know who that is, but that's okay. Storage of ready spells. Oh, music skipped. What the shuck? You never heard that before. Two are connected. Various natural white streaks through hair. See-through leaf-shaped sleeve caps. Oh, I see. See-through. Yeah. Normal style tied flannel jeans and boots. Okay, sweet. I can dig it. Yeah, I can see she's got some white streaks. I can see it. I think I'm ready to draw her. What is a straight? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows? It could just be that she's got good posture. Let's grab this color. This color seems to be the theme of the day. Tantalus's character. Celeste. Storm. There's a Pokemon set called Celestial Storm. One of the pre-release cards is a Jirachi that I really want. Want more Japanese? Always Presmop. Got a 20-minute timer. Celestial Storm pre-release promos. Train lingo. Let's do it. Wait. The one that I was expecting isn't here. Jirachi pre-release promos. It was team up. That's called the caboose. Oh, this is the staff promo. Ooh. Expensive. But I like this card a lot. I like using it in expanded format. And I love Jirachi. Cutie patootie. Let me go to get a proper quality image of it. Sen can mean several things when talking about trains. G. Is it here? Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. There's the proper high quality art. Cute! Although though it is much less expensive, I kind of like the whoops, not save. The like main set art of it a little more. So peaceful. So graceful. But that's not who we're drawing. We're drawing Celeste Storm. She does elemental magic. It looks like she's wielding some fire here. She's headstrong and intelligent. So what kind of pose? Let me decide how I want to draw her first. Well, hydrate. Thank you, Kirby. Hi, Kirby. Wow, you're first. The art on one of the cards reminded me of IU. Oh my god, you're kind of right. The pre-release promo kind of did have IU Risu vibes. You're home. Welcome home, damsel. Let's get a stretch in. Let's see. Headstrong fire wielder. I mean, this already is a really good pose for her, I think. Well, we gotta change it up a little bit. I can refer to a railway line, a numbered track at a station, and the yellow warning line at the bottom. Ah, so I feel like damsel was summoned by trains. I feel like having the same word for even down to the same kanji for all those things in one place. Does that get confusing? Oh, Ayurisu's here! Have you been lurking? She's professionally a businesswoman, if that inspires anything. A little bit. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Ayuyu. Your presence is felt. Trains? A single station announcement may contain all three meanings. Wow. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Yay, I love felt. It's so soft. Okay. Okay, I think I know what to do. Timer go! Very flammable. Let's see. A little bit of an angle, not too much though. A little bit an angle there, yeah. I have a vision. I have a vision going on. Just loosely for now, just loosely for now. Little flame. I'm gonna have to change that hand up a lot, but that's okay. Yeah, that kind of pose, that kind of pose. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see some of that personality coming through. Mario, are we talking trains? Shinkansen also has that in the name. In the booty. Also, railway line can refer to trains going on a specific course or the tracks they run on. I listen to train announcements a lot. I know a lot of lingo from them. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, trains hobby, I think, is really big in Japan. You know, trains exist in America, of course, but the public transportation is not nearly as widespread. She looks kind of smug, just a little bit with that smile. I always draw the right feature first, right side feature, and then as I go to draw the left side feature, my hand is covering it up. So it's a little harder to get symmetrical. Sometimes you hear something to the effect of, "Thank you for using our trains today," as an announcement. Yeah! I know there's a lot of, like, train bentos and stuff that you can get. I like watching videos with train bentos. There's a channel specifically called Dancing Bacons that I watch a lot. And they do, like... It's mostly, like, food stuff. I was watching them a bunch last night. Food videos. Little eyelid. What? Battery's running out. More people have the hobby of trucks and cars? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I'll never understand, car people. Like, you're valid. But I don't get it. I hate driving, maybe that's why. Different nose. Ugh, I hate drawing noses from the front. There we go. We'll leave it simple. She's got this funny little doohickey on her ear. Little bird, are you unsettled? I guess her hair's not that long. Okay, let's clean things up a little bit. Not too much. Not too much. How are you liking this so far, Tantalus? Some car people hate driving too? That's fair. Hey, Stinker! He's biting at my toes! Looking good to you? Yay! Glad you're liking it! Glad you like it so far. Do something else, little bird. This is why I wear slippers while I stream, because he'll just bite my feet. I can't stream without wearing slippers. Or he'll sing at my feet, which is more pleasant. But noisier. I like that I drew her with maybe a little more realistic proportions. I don't know, I feel like it suits her vibe. She's a professional after all. Change the... Ooh, I want to change the arms a lot, actually. I'm still working on trying arms at different perspectives. So let's put this in front here. I just saw your little signature on the drawings! Aw, I'm glad you like it, damsel! Yes, that is indeed my signature. Oftentimes I'll put a... what do you call it? Whoa, I like that little drum hit at the beginning. Oftentimes I'll put the date in there too, but I'm not doing it for these ones. There we go. Yeah, arms are hard to get right. But I feel like I'm starting to improve with having arms at angles. Like, we've got a little foreshortening going on here. Usually it would rest at the hip. But I have it not resting at the hip here. because the arm is forward so that it can be put up on the other arm. Let's get that flannel around her waist. Whoa, we got 6 minutes left. Six and change. Your jeans on. Yeah. A little cleanup here and there. Make a little change. We've got our cool little ear thingy on. Yeah, let's get colors in. Let me pause real quick to catch up in chat. Did you know that Japanese circle lines use outer loop and inner loop when referring to direction? Huh? What are you talking about? Circle lines? Circle lines? Oh, it has to do with trains. Much like cars, Japanese train traffic is on the left side, so I'm gonna be honest, guys, I've ridden trains. I've ridden a train very few times in my life. Like maybe 2 or 3 times, so I don't know what a circle loop is. Here, her ear would be less visible here. There we go, that looks a little more normal. Excuse me, I'll proceed to lurk while I stare at some awesome art my spouse made me. Yay! Enjoy, damsel, enjoy your lurk. Japanese terms are sotomaori and uchimaori. I had someone drawing another one of my characters and they made the passing comment, their pupils are very dilated, don't know if they're human actually. Which to me was just a mental note for something to work on. Oh, like, the pupils being very large and dark? I guess I kind of see what they mean. It can sort of seem like that, I suppose, but that's like... Come on, don't comment on other people's art like that. Unprompted. Circle line is a train line that goes in a circle, so if you get on the train, it'll eventually make it back to where you started. I thought all train lines were like that. Yeah, if I do a pupil, usually it's much smaller. But yeah, I suppose in a normal human eye, Like, you'd have the whole iris, and the pupil itself could be as small as this in like really bright light conditions, or as big as this if in really dark light conditions, or they're on drugs, or they're not human. You know what I mean? I like the large pupil eyes. It's reminiscent of old cartoons in the Legend of Zelda toon style. Yeah, I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. Ness is a human, his eyes are all pupil. Ness? Oh. Ah, I see. Earthbound Ness. So yeah, pupil size, I can see how that could be like a determining factor. Kitty cat. Happy, comfortable kitty cat. Eye diagram. Iagram. Typically trains go from point A to B and then go back in the other direction. How do they turn around if they're on a track? It's more common to themselves, trying to make sure they were reading my reference correctly, and I just found it kind of amusing. Oh, interesting. Dankeschön, Isaac. Yeah, no, I think it looks fine. I think it looks fine. I didn't think she wasn't human. I just assumed it was stylistic. Okay, let's get some colors in, and let's get the timer going again. Trains turn around in one of many ways. We get a really, really big guy to pick it up and turn it around and set it back down. Oh, many passenger trains have cabins on both sides. Interesting. So often they don't turn around. Yeah, they just go backwards. Or they were going backwards the whole time and now they're going forwards. Do I like this if I flip it? She kind of looks a little more smug if I flip it. I don't mind though. Well, it looks like she's wearing a bracelet. Cut, cut, cut. Cut, cut, cut. Okay. Colors time. Timer! Well, a more traditional train will have a locomotive detach and reattach on the other side. Oh! That makes sense. Timer is go! Let's color her. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, Tantalus, maybe I would just do some studies on eyes. And that would just give you a better understanding of how eyes can change the way a face looks, you know? There's turntables. Oh yeah, turntables! Triangle sections. For small locomotives, there's a jack that lifts the train and it can turn anywhere. Locos can also not turn around. Yeah! Well, that's an eraser. Pender locomotives, it's dangerous to go backwards at speed, so they must. However, it's dangerous. Pender locomotives? Are they a little sensitive? Dangerous to go backwards at speed, so they must turn around. However, tank locos can run forward and backward at speed. Ah. There's so much to it. So much that goes into it. Nice warm blonde. Warmer. There we go. What is going on there? Oh, it's part of her ear doohickey. I'm gonna look deep into everyone's eyes and figure out their secrets. Yes! Yes, figure out their secrets. Get some white streaks going here and there. Get some gold for the eyes. What? We've got a minute and a half for the rest of the color, theoretically. Auto coaches is just like trains with, here, let me pause again. Trains with cabins on either side. With a steam train, you can control the train from the passenger car, and obviously multiple units to be operated at either end. Wow, I didn't know there were so many ways. Huh. Control the train from the passenger car. Stealing art secrets, that's just the way of art. Truly, truly. Vast majority of Japanese passenger trains are multiple units. Trains that cannot be separated outside of a workshop. Wow. Yeah, there's so much that goes into it, huh? Let's go ahead and do this way. Are you guys still vibing with the music, by the way? I feel like this playlist has looped a few times, but I don't know if we've noticed. I don't know if I've noticed. I want that to be cooler, actually. But not that cool. There we go. I like that. Cover, 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 cover. I know you're joking, but for those who don't, tender engines are the locos with a dedicated fuel car. For those who don't know, tank engines are locomotives that carry the water and fuel all in a single frame. Pretty nifty! Make that a little... There we go. Alpha lock. There we go. Good, good. I know the timer's out. We can finish this. Oh, some have seats that turn around. Interesting. While we're here, we might as well... get her eyes and teeth. Get a little blushy going on. It's a little blushy. Helps us look real. Get a nice dark grayish tone. Darker. Darker, in fact. Yeah. Whoops. No wonder it wasn't dark enough. I still was at half opacity. In just a few minutes? What's just a few minutes? Yeah, we'll be done in just a few minutes if that's what you're talking about. We got some lighter-ish jeans. There we go. I think that's just about right. Oh, hi, little robot! Happy holidays! Chee! It's cake! It's good to see you! How you doing today, friend? There we go. Sweet. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Ah, let's get some fire. Get some fire going. And let's turn the outlines red. Could be a more vivid red. Vivid red squad, if you will. Oh, your daughter just had a Christmas piano concert. That sounds lovely. And also, I think I didn't know you had a daughter. I don't think I knew you had a daughter. Yeah, that's how you say it. Sweet. Oh, we gotta do her ear too. Her earpiece. Oh, and her other ear. Whoa, wrong one. Sweet. Okay, now she's done. Easy. Yay! Most limited express trains, the ones you have to pay extra for in Japan, do that. Have the flipping around seats. Rail cars and rail motors. You did ask how I'm doing. I'm doing alright. I'm a little tired and overwhelmed today, honestly. I almost didn't stream, but I realized, you know, it's better to be late than to not stream at all, right? So I was like an hour late today. But that's fine, that's fine. Hi again, Tofu. You are next, I believe. I believe you're next. Yes, you are indeed next. There is one more slot if anybody wants it. I'm a father, but I like to see art streams. Maybe one day I'll learn it. Aw, that's sweet, little robot. I mean, hey, on Mondays we do paint-along streams. We just try our best to recreate an image. So if you ever wanted to try to do that, then that'd be a great time to start. And it's a no judgment thing. I'll always have something nicer to say about any art. I promise. Stream 24/7, 365? I don't think I could. I don't think I could. Oh, what do you think, Tantalus? I'm pretty happy with how it came out for the time that we had. I think she looks neat. The Cheeseman Show. This is Tantalus. This is for what? Rename. It's for Damsel. This is for Ethereal. Yeah, that's fine. She's adorable and lovely. Yay! I'm glad you like it, Tantalus. Thank you! I'm glad you like trains. I think that's neat. Oh, there's cab forward engines and others are camelback locos. Highly suggest a quick Google. Yeah, we can do a quick Google. Camelback locomotive. Does it look like a camel? You know? It looks like a train. I really don't know what I'm looking at. I'm like, yep, that's a train. Oh, 24 hours a year, 7 days a month, 365 weeks a minute. I don't think that last one's possible. I'm certainly gonna stream more than 24 hours a year. I've been in a British locomotive. It's warm inside. Cab forward engine. That looks like a different train. That's a different looking train for sure. Huh. It looks like Optimus Prime with the flat front truck bed. Flat front truck. I don't know about cars or trucks either. You know that Japanese suburban trains straight up drive into and operate as metro trains in the city. Interesting. Yeah, the public transportation system in Japan is like leagues better than what's going on in America. Whoa. Crazy, crazy. From what I understand, in England too. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot and we'll send it in the Discord. You're in the Discord, right, Tantalus? What? Or I can just send it to you on Discord. The local museum houses the last cab-forward locomotive in the world. That's incredible. Huh. There we go. At Tantalus. Yeah, there you go. Yay! Unless there's a different Tantalus in the server. Oh, hi Draco, welcome in! Sweet, sweet. Okay. We've got one more to do tonight, unless somebody else wanted a commission. Unless somebody else, check out the rules. It is, $15 for a 20-minute sketch. Did you know about Dr. Yellow? What is that? I don't think I do. Oh, the one I just looked at. Okay, sweet. Yeah, what's Dr. Yellow? Sweet, we got Celeste done. Next we have Tofu Coco, a special yellow Shinkansen built to inspect the track parameters. Ooh, I can dig it. That's rad. Okay, before we start Coco's commission of the character Coco, if I may pull him up right here. What a cutie pie. Absolute cutie pie. We're gonna take another quick little break. This one's gonna be quick little break, okay? Small, quick break. Okay, I'm gonna run a basketball. You guys enjoy the basketball while I'm gone. It'll just be a couple minutes. I'll see you soon. Hello! Hi everyone! We're back! Whoa! Twitch creator dashboard! I didn't realize the Twitch creator dashboard was up! Say, is Tofu Coco here right now? Tofu Coco, are you here right now? I was about to cross it off. Welcome back, thank you. Thank you, Ayuyu. Talon Tofu. Talon Tofu that we're starting is. Throwing him a Discord message. He said, was thinking of a sleeping Coco in his cup sort of like this. He's using a marshmallow as a pillow. Maybe he's cuddling his hat. Or it's floating on top of the Coco. Whoa. Better pull up this ref too. And this cute stock image. Oh, exhausted from cleaning too hard. What a cute character, right? I love Coco. What a cutie patootie. Oh, hey, welcome in! Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Let's see. Yeah, Damsel wanted to show me a train. Her favorite train. Yes, back to train facts. Oh. I hope you guys enjoyed the basketball. Congrats to Presmop on winning that. I have to send 2 separate pictures because there's no image of how pretty it is without missing important details. Oh, I love the passion for it. Ooh, eel and chicken poke? Mmm, sounds yummy. Sounds yummy. Oh yeah, you had some birthday to do. Had some birthday to be at. Oh, yay! Okay, next one for Ayurisu. Next one for Ayurisu is just I doodle of her. One that I could possibly use for schedule art. Ooh. It is just gonna be a 20-minute sketch. But I'll try to make it like, you know, like Kingdom Hearts, simple and clean. That way we don't have too much that we're trying to get in and keep clean for like a full body art kind of thing. Oh, gotta try eel someday. Ooh, real. Oh, what a cute train. Wow. This one's in color. What detail is missing? I like the little flourish on here. Wait, you can't see it. Oh, this little icon. CP Huntington. Beautiful. One. It's a beautiful, beautiful vehicle. Super gorgeous. So gorge. Does it ever run? I understand this is like a historical train, right? Oh, in the color picture you can't see the back of the train. It's true, it's true. Do these historical trains ever run? Oh, especially the wheels. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it a lot. It's pretty. A beautiful machine. Okay, but first, this image is called IU_.png, and so I'm gonna think that this is IU. But we're not doing IU yet. We're doing tofu. We're doing tofu first. IU. doodle. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely you can. As long as you're okay with it being a 20-minute sketch, you know what I mean? Fishy. Okay, all the slots are full. Let me change the welcome board text to not say, or to say that we have our, yeah, to clarify the current situation. So as not to mislead people that there's still slots left. We are full. Last time she ran was in 1939. How she is on film next to the cab forward local from earlier. Both are California locomotives now surviving in my home city's museum. That's fantastic. That's lovely. So what does cab forward mean? I don't know exactly what a cab is. I don't think. Okay, we want Coco. Kicking their feet up. Kicking his little feet up in the cup. You know, this kind of thing. You know what? I'm gonna start the timer. Cause this can be just like an under sketch. Hat. Hug the hat. Have the bill right here. It's like, ooh, squished. Cab forward means the cab or the cabin where the engineer operates the locomotive is at the front and not the smokestack. Oh, okay, okay. Huh. So, are modern trains cab forward? Wait, there's no smokestack in modern trains, right? He's got his turtleneck. There we go. What a cutie. That shoe. That shoe. That shoe, this shoe, that shoe. What shoe? More shoe? Bombs? You liking this so far, Tofu? Guys, I have a fun fact. Did you know? Hey. I think I did. I think I did actually, Omelet. Hi Beanie, welcome in. I digitized our family VHS tapes, and I have the ones where I rode Thomas for real. That's incredible. You know, safe operation of a train requires trained professionals. Trained professionals? Shoe is fine? Oh, I'm not asking just about the shoes. I mean, like, in general. Like, this is just a, like, conceptual sketch. Do you like the vibe? The vibe of it? How you doing, Beanie? Welcome to my stream. You being called into work today because I got literally 0 sleep last night? Woke up at 6 p.m. Oof. Big oof. I want to make this kind of chibi. This snoozer. Do you have a reference of him without his hat? No, I should be fine. Maybe you could have them off to the side. Here, he wears a wetsuit, so it would be wetsuit tootsies. His shoes? Well, I don't. I'm only doing it at this angle because I don't want it to, because he's got shoes on. You know, otherwise we'd be drawing the dogs. We'd be drawing the dogs up close. And when yeah, no, we're not getting them dogs out. Yeah, not the grippers, not the grippers. Pause. Getting ready to go to the grocery store for research materials. Research materials? Oh, for your cookbook. Wanted to say hello to my bestie. Well, welcome, Beanie. I'd offer a flash commission, but all the slots are taken. In Japan, trains often have a 2-man operation with a driver at the front and a conductor responsible for doors and stuff at the back. Ah. Huh. Technically, yes, but also, yeah, no smokestack. Okay. Yeah, I feel like if you drive a train, you want to be at the front. Right? So you can see what's going on. Both the cab forward and my favorite are the last locomotives of their type. The cab forward, obviously, is the last cab forward. And CP Huntington is the last 4-2-4 wheel arrangement. 4 leading wheels, 2 driven wheels, and 4 trailing wheels. Ooh. Interesting. I wasn't thinking of that. Oh, you're all good. You're all good, Tofu. I just don't want the dogs to be the focus, you know what I mean? We'll keep his shoes on. Well, I'm Fire Emblem mode. Thank you, Draco. Thank you. In some metro trains, the conductor's job is handled by the station staff instead. No feet, only Fire Emblem. Oh, did I say hi to you when you came in, Draco? Welcome in. Was I on break? Some rural lines have what's known as one-man car. Conductor's job is handled by the station staff instead. Okay. Just making sure. Oh, you have to open the doors yourself? Wow. Like as a driver? Or as a rider? Okay. Timer, go! I'm gonna do funny little chunky hands. Ugh. Wait, those look AI generated. Ew, 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 ew. They looked the way that AI generated hands do. Or can sometimes look. There we go. Well, enjoy your lurk, Draco. Thank you. I just really love trains. I love that for you, Dancel. I really do. Thank you for the Animalese redeem, Kirby. Whoa, Converse from the bottom, huh? Ugh, me and all of my experimenting with angles and stuff. I'm getting fancy with it, and I can hardly handle it. I'm ambitious. Presmop wants more trains. The trains people always seem to find each other in my chat. What is it about my stream that has so many, draws in so many trains people? Yeah, like that. Got his cute little shoelaces. Tism, trains impress so much. It's true. Oh, hi, David. Welcome in. How's it going? Whoa. Whoa, angles hard. Perspective hard. There we go. Okay, I think that's alright. I think that's alright. Can I link another train to show? Yeah, go for it. End of the work week. How are you? Yes, it is indeed the end of the work week. I'm chilling. I'm a little overwhelmed lately, but I'm moving along. We're doing good. There's an ad starting in just a moment. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. A spectrum of different reasons. You're right, Jack. You're right. The fairy ring is Central Station. Oh, I've been missing so much chat. I'm so locked in on art. Did you know that there's a Shinkansen heading out of Tokyo every few minutes? Wow. Let's see. I'll pause this again real quick. Ooh, this one's green. Ooh, you know what? I like that design with like the really big wheel in the center. That's lovely. Yeah. Sorry my train is overwhelming. Oh no, you are all good, damsel. You are all good. My prime self will protect me from the ad. You've got this epic shield on ya. Oh yeah, it's a very train-themed chat today. It's also British. Yeah, I liked that big wheel. What are we, training for something? Hee. Yeah, we actually know someone who's training to be a conductor. Caspico. Caspico's training for trains. He's doing train training. Or at least he will once the weather starts getting better. There we go. Do some erasing. Oh, the snoozer, the snoozer. The absolute snoozer. Oh, hi Saito, welcome in. Can I show you my favorite ship? Yeah, do it, do it. Yeah, drawing's going good today. He'll become a trained professional, he sure will. He'll have trainful employment. If he succeeds. You guys get it? Like gainful? Did that one not land? I feel like that one didn't land. Never mind. Not that it didn't land. I'm not even like looking for reactions yet. I'm still locked in. I didn't even look. I wasn't satisfied with it. Oh, Beanie, I haven't seen the oh, you're probably not here yet, but I haven't watched the new the Weeb Years episode yet. I'd like to. I'll probably do that after stream. I'll give it a listen. Beanie's anime podcast. I hope in future trains can fly. Ooh. As if when trains fly. Hi Frog, welcome in. The Weeb Years. New episode, watch it. A girl who left their time is what they're talking about. They do kinda? Huh? What do you mean? Trains fly? And perhaps spew jet flames. In the future, wait! There is a train that flies. Not a real train, I don't know. But, oh, they levitate! Magnet trains, you're right! You guys ever heard of Astro Chain? You ever heard of this guy? He's a triple changer and he turns from a train into a spaceship. Soul Train, he does have a soul too. This dude is alive. How's that for a train? Do you guys like it? Do you like the train? He's a model for his train mode in the show. I think. Been lurking, so it's time for Eeps. Thanks for the stream. Thank you again for rating and Spark. Have a lovely day. Have an absolutely lovely night. Night night! Yeah, you have any opinions about Astro Train's train mode, damsel? Any yapping that you can do about it? Somewhere I have a doujinshi with personified train stations. Oh, interesting. Oh, I was gone because Wi-Fi died. Can I share my favorite ship? Yes, you can. Yes, you may. Yum, yum, yum. Shoop. Yeah, I think the line art for this is done. Oh, we need there we go. Connect that because it's bothering me. What? There we go. He's sitting in the Coco. Coco sitting in the Coco. I like purple! Yes, he is purple. He is indeed. Oh, let's get rid of that. Get the timer going again. We brought a railway map from Japan. That's lovely. Well, I looked up for the reference and I saw Astro Train. Well, that needs to be lighter. Well, that's an ear. I could have just erased it. It's fine though. I need to be quick about this color. Just real quick. Just real quick. That needs to be a little oranger. There we go. Just slightly. Much better. Everyone likes the Shinkansen, but don't sleep on less used railway lines. They do be beautiful. Yeah, go for it. Coco motive. Sleeping on railway lines is never a good idea. Even if they're less used. Ooh. It's got that wheel in the middle, just like that train you shared. What can you tell us about this ship? Why do you like it so much? A beautiful vessel. Oh, I need to not forget his eyebrow. Little highbrow eyebrow. Eyebrow, how are you doing? Is sweater. I was trying to call it a coat. I'm like, it's not a coat. Wait, it's not a coat. Sweater. The best time to wear a striped sweater. It's all the time. Real pale yellowish cream color. There we go. Let's see this. Wow. That's vintage. That's straight up vintage. That's old fashioned. I dig it. It's neat. It makes me think of... Have you guys ever been to Cedar Point? There's a little, like, train that you can ride around the park at Cedar Point. Give him some plushies. Little train you can ride around the park at Cedar Point. And somehow, like, it doesn't have train stations like this, but somehow it reminded me. Oh, nobody lives around there. Interesting. That ship, the Great Eastern, was the first 4-funnel liner and is the only 5-funnel liner built, but there were others planned. It was the largest ship and held that record for over 40 years. Plus, I like paddle steamers, which is that giant wheel in the middle, and I like a giant wheel. Ooh. Oh, you like the Gemini omelet? The Gemini is great. I went to Cedar Point like 3 or 4 times last year. I wasn't able to go this year. I was kind of bummed, but I have a friend who's like a hobbyist about Cedar Point and amusement parks, and he went like 10 times. I came along a few times. It ends up being pretty cheap in the end if you go multiple times. Oh, these secluded stations are known as Hikyo Eki. Rail fans like visiting them. Yeah, it feels like a little hidden treat, hidden historical treat. The 080 wheel arrangement is kind of cool because it's rare. However, my biggest pet peeve in media is when they make a train an obvious tender train without giving the train a tender. I hate it. It makes me mad because those trains can't move without it. About Astro Train. Ah. 080 wheel arrangement. Tender train without giving it a tender. I don't know what a tender is, but maybe he doesn't need one because he's like a living being. Cedar Point sounds familiar. Aren't those the people that run Knott's Berry Farm? That's in California. That's Six Flags. That's a Six Flags. That's different. Cedar Point is in northern Ohio. But yeah, me and my friend, who I worked with, we would drive down there. It took a few hours, but we would drive down there. Yeah, we drove down there multiple times last summer. The only notable thing about Ohio, it's true. Tender, I hardly know her. Right. Beautiful ship. Thank you for sharing, damsel. Color this beautiful little hat. What? Yellower. There we go. And then let's get just like I did last time. Except this time it's split in half. The other color. Cute. Only notable thing about outside of our rivalry with Michigan and meme culture. Oh yeah. A tender, do you remember the green train? The tender is the car behind the engine? Oh, it carries coal or wood or oil and water. Oh, it's a Pinocchio piece song, is it? Whoops. Wrong button. That's fine. The first song on this playlist? Oh yeah, Pinocchio P. We won't listen to it because I don't want to get VOD muted. Unless this is already VOD muting me. I don't know, it's fine. Yozarina. I've never heard this one. 7 years ago. 7 years ago was 2018? Turu-tu-turu-tu-tu. 50. Yeah, literally the only song that I know in this playlist is 1/6 out of the gravity. BRB turning to dust. Ugh. Ugh. Like 7 years ago, that's like 2014 or something, right? Oh, Cedar Fair is the parent company. There's only 2 dedicated amusement park companies in the US, Six Flags and Cedar Fair. I'm missing a lot of chat. I'm sorry. I have many special interests if you couldn't tell. Dude, I love that. 2018 was not 7 years ago. COVID definitely, like, ruined... Like, part of it could just be, like, me getting older. But I definitely have a different sense of the passage of time than I used to. Like, I feel like maybe 2020 through 2023 weren't real. You know what I mean? You feel me on that? Make that a little redder. Yeah. Have I given up on trying to keep these short? I'm kind of just like drawing at this point. No, I'm still keeping it quick. Oh no, that's why I was trying to do that. Because it's so light colored. "2023 has to have been real. It was when I started VTubing." Me too. That's when I started streaming. My Singing Monsters is 13 years old. Yeah, I remember playing it much closer to when it came out. 2021 to 2022 and 2024 did not exist. My brain has died. There was this old park called Toshimaen. Unfortunately, it was replaced by a certain wizarding theme park, so I didn't want to go. Ugh. Dang. Still not sure we ever left the year 2015. I refuse to believe the world is the way it is. Oh my god, 2015! Fire Emblem Fates just came out. And I'm in high school. And I don't have to worry about as many things. However, I do still have to worry about being a high schooler, which does suck by itself. Wait! I just realized the ref doesn't have shoelaces. Wait, this ref does. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I'm in high school too. I'd rather be a high schooler than be an adult. No, I have more responsibilities, but I have more freedoms. I am able to make decisions for myself. I'm not talking to my dad. You know, you get a little more respect as an adult than as a teenager, and I think I really appreciate that. I remember playing Wind Waker and the bottom of the title screen was like 2002 to 2003 and I faded to dust. Oh man. I was just a little child, just a little tiny child when that came out. Let's take this. Make it like that. I was 2 to 3 years old. Wait. No, okay, this is on the correct layer. My Singing Monsters is still receiving major updates, which just happened this past Wednesday. We have over 24 islands now, even multiple games in the franchise, including a prequel and game for consoles. There's a vast lore spanning a timeline of millions of years. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I'm interested in going back to it, honestly. There's only select mobile games. Oh, hi, Anaya! Welcome in! What were you up to today? Thank you for raiding in. Oh, there's only certain mobile games that I'll play. Yes, another raid. This is what, our fourth raid today? 5th raid? Wow. We had Chi-Chi, we had Boschfire and Presmop. Monkey D and Naya, who am I forgetting? Let me shout you out. Monkey... Wait, can I add? Wow! I've been manually typing them out this entire time. Everybody follow Anaya. I give them a big thank you for rating in today. Oh, Pirate Warriors 4. Exciting. Have you been enjoying it? It's a One Piece game, right? Yeah, Anaya plays a lot of One Piece games. From what I understand, everyone rating Cheesecake, they ought to get better locks. Pretty soon they won't got nothing to raid. It's okay, I love company. Whether I've invited you in or not. Well, that's on the whole other side. That needs to be more like that. Yes. I love company, I say, is the burglar steal the chair I'm sitting in. Chi-Chi, Spark, and Bosch, and then the other friend? That's the one I'm forgetting! The other friend. Ooh, I'm trying to like scroll back in chat to see. Oh wait, Sound Ninja, you also had a stream. Was it yesterday? How was it? Oh, Roses and Teddy Bears, that's who it was. It was Roses. I'm the raid boss. Okay. I'm like overthinking this. Just put the colors down, Cheesecake. We can figure it out later. Here, let's do another new layer. That way I can just color underneath. There, much faster. Is Sound Ninja here? I think so. He was here earlier, at least. Can I show you the most recent MSM Island song? Yeah, throw it in the Discord and I'll have a look after stream. If that's alright. Yeah, Sound Ninja was here earlier. I remember. Okay. Whoa, big stretch. Big stretch. And hydrate. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I'm starting to run out of steam. I only have one left after this, so we're okay. We're all good. It's a good thing I have slots. Like the slots system that I'm using for these. limited availability type thing. Slots for your Steam. Yes, exactly. Hydrate. We've got an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. Whoa. Right, it's on a lower layer. That's okay, we can fix it later. Hydrate. It's so silly. Okay, merge down. Wow, let's go, let's go. We're busting it down. Send to the music channel. Thank you. Yes, I look forward to having a look after stream. Med check. If you take meds, have you taken them? Yes, indeed. If you take meds. Have you taken them yet? I always wonder about meds checks on streams, because it's like, wait a second. If you are somebody who's likely to forget to take their meds, no judgment. Have you making your meds? No judgment, but shouldn't you have like a better system for it than like a streamer reminding you? Like, I certainly can't rely on wouldn't rely on a streamer reminding me to take my meds. I would bundle it into a routine or something like that, you know? And then let's do... something like that. Are you finished with those errands? Yet med's taken you? I'd set a timer for it on my phone if anything. Yeah, medics are essential in the treatment of heavies. It's true, it's true. Like, if it genuinely does help you, then good. But I'm just curious, like, would you be alright if a streamer didn't remind you? What? Don't make it straight. There we go. Sweet. You yet meds taken, huh? It's silly in chat today. Oh, I just saw your message, Inaya. They added new characters? Nifty. Don't make it straight. Look, I'm sorry, but that's how it has to be now that I'm trans. I respect that. I respect that, damsel. Okay, we have just a little bit left to do. We need to add the froth. We need the froth. You know, it is about that same color. There we go. Frothy in there. So frothy in there. Look like Jack Frost up in here. What you think, Tofu? You like it? No, we won't do that. Nothing can be as silly as the boy from last week. That's true, that's true. Yeah, the Chelefant, the Chichiderm. Chichiderm is what I've taken to calling her. I thought you were trains. Maybe we could be trains together. He's cute as always. Yay! Would you like to see trains kissing? Do they do that? Yes, please! Sweet! Let's go ahead and... Nope. Okay. Because I think this one should be no problem to... Shoop, shoop. What? You got a little something. You got a little something on your face there, Coco. Yeah, this one's alright for transparency. Okay. I have to tuck in Tomo for bed real quick. Oh, and I have to add the signature. I have to tuck in Tomo for bed real quick. And after that, we're gonna start on Ayuyu's drawing. Two trucks being friends. Oh yeah, the Neil Cicierga song. Two trucks. It's about two trucks who are friends. They're very close. Cute! The kids pop two trucks that someone made. Wait, that's so silly. That's so silly. Oh, you imagine Disney's a train and it's cursed? You should sketch it real quick. You should show us what happened in your brain. Okay, sending this in the server. I think I became a furry this morning. Oh. Oh. Oh, beautiful! Oh, do you think they're in love? Do you think they love each other? There we go! There we go! Cute, cute! Yeah, throw it in the Discord, throw it in the Discord. I will not be sketching it out. Ah. Did you continue the storyboard I started? Oh yeah, do that. Very moving. It really is. True love. Okay. I'm gonna put Tomo to bed real quick. And I'll be right back, okay? See you shortly. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for being patient, my friends. What? Twitch again. It's you again. There we go. We have finished this doodle of Tofu Coco. Tofu Coco's little character Coco. It's Tofu Coco with a C's. With C's. With C's. But the character Coco with K's. Very important distinction. Important distinction. That blue hedgehog again of all places, huh? Coco. Cuco. That's fine. We have one more. Just one more to do. Wrong layer. There we go. We're doodling Ayuyu. Hey, Coco. Hi, Dragget. Unfortunately, we're out of slots for the night. But I do appreciate your interest. Welcome in! You can catch us next Friday for more. Oh, it's you again. Oh, I see. Wrong layer. You're right. You're right, Ethereal. Earlier on, I had a correct layer moment. I had a right layer. Okay. We're doing a doodle of Ayuyu. She wants something that she can put on her stream. You guys like the basketball today, huh? How's that for yeah. Yeah, nice dark rich raspberry color. Let's see, what exactly did she say? For the Flash Commission, I just want a doodle to me, one that I could possibly use for schedule art. Okay, okay. Something fairly simple so that I can make it really clean. I'm here for some cheesy warmth. It's 8 degrees Fahrenheit. Woof! It's a little warmer here in Ferry, Michigan right now. But man, 8 degrees Fahrenheit, yeah, that's pretty rough. I wish you, everybody send warm vibes to Dragget. Let's see, where's Dragget's stream avatar? I don't know what it looks like. Which one's him? Them? I don't know your pronouns. What? Archer. Psycho. Valorith. Alamy. Cygnus. Omelette. Isaac. Me? Presmop. Down. Zerlith. Esper Star. Herbie. Where's Dragget? There they are! Mailing hot chocolate to them right now. Wait, where'd they go? Wait, I lost them. Wait, where'd they go? I've got extinct, frozen to the ice age. I just had them! Isaac, Ethereal, Alamy, Resmop, Cygnus, Momark, David. Where's Dragon? Oh, Nady Cakes. Damsel, don't go nanite. Don't go nanite, iPad. I'm looking for Dragon. This is important. Snail. There's Boxty. I'm calling out literally every lurker. Hi, Brad. Me? No, stop going in the basement. Oh, the stream avatars. Oh, the stream avatars. Wait, he's gotta be down here somewhere. They? I don't know your pronouns, sorry. Huh? I lost them. Well, that's okay. We'll save the snuggles for later. Warmth 5. Wait. Dude, I have literally no idea. Oh, there you are. There you go. Snuggles. Snuggles for you. Warm snuggles. Warm snuggles. Took us long enough to find you. Warming plate of pasta. I haven't seen the sun in about 3 weeks. Dense fog every day. Woof. The red train. Oh, the kissing trains I showed go together to Morioka. Then they separate. The red train runs over tracks converted from the typical Japanese narrow gauge to the Shinkansen standard gauge. There's less space on the tracks, so the trains have to be narrower. Have artists on Japanese Twitter drawn, like, anime girl versions of these trains kissing yet? Because if not, I'm kind of surprised. It was a whole side quest. It really was. Okay, let's set our timer. We got 20 minutes on the clock again. Yeah, where's Dragon? It's like, where's Waldo? You've got a cute little, cute little Robin with a tie, a necktie, and a cowboy hat. I love it. Here, we do this and we're not gonna lose them for the next, like, 20 minutes. Okay, right here. I can look that up. We'll share a link if I find anything. SFW, please, if we see something that's not that. Oh, Rory recently reached 50 followers on Blue Sky. Let's go. Next Friday I might have you draw a train character. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Something already designed. Only like something that I can have a reference sheet for. I won't do a design live. Let's draw Ayurisu. Something cute and quick. So that we can, so that she can have it on her, I have an idea. So that she can have it on her, stream schedule. Yeah, the reference. There we go. I have an idea. I don't know whether it's a good idea. I'll have to add the folder in the icon, save icon, later. So silly! It's so silly already. She's a fish! Are you okay with this idea, Ayuyu? Stream's definitely not 5 hours long, no way! That means we've done almost quick search did not yield any kissing, but you bet they're anthropomorphizations. What? Still going going strong. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like I'm losing steam a little bit, but that's okay. We're almost done. That's why we limit the slots. Like, if you think about it, so we have done, I have 20-minute sketches. These are supposed to be 20-minute sketches that are loosely colored. We have done approximately 1 per hour. Almost 1 per hour. Wait, we've done exactly 1 per hour. Ooh. But you know, longer stream, you guys get to hang out more, so it's not so bad. Not so bad. Are you around, Ayuyu? Can you see this? Ayuriso! Oh boy, if she's not around, then she's gonna get a funny surprise. I wonder what time it is in England land. It's probably like super duper late. Super late at night. Or at least like reasonably late at night. Okay, timer's going. This longer stream makes up for the lack of mine, right? Everybody should follow Damsel anyway. Even if she's not streaming tonight, she'll stream again. Is there anyone who, like, knows a lot about fish in here right now? If there is, like, what species of fish does this look like to you? Gills on her face? Is that kind of cursed? I've been mentioned. I'm about to close to 300 followers. Yeah, kind of coy like. Ooh, I could see it. I could see it. What the jam band? Hi, Sonic Man. Oh, I'm playing Yoshi Island DS on my emulator. I'm using a PS5 controller. Circle, which is the B button, is to jump. X, which is the A button to throw eggs. Square is the Y button to use your. Oh right, use your Yoshi's tongue. And L1 to lock on your target. Yeah, that's interesting. It's different, huh? Yeah, Chi-Chi reached 1K today! Ooh, so exciting! I still haven't celebrated 1K yet. Maybe we can celebrate 1K together, me and Chi-Chi. She's so cute! I know weird technicalities from Hank Green, like no fish are evolutionarily related to each other. Really? That's interesting. Oh, we gotta do her... icons here. That's strange. No fish are evolutionarily related to each other? Isn't, like, everything kind of evolutionarily related to each other? Sweet, we are just about done with the line art and it's not even 10 minutes past. Woohoo! Yeah, I celebrated 750 like 4 months ago. Fish aren't real. First birds, now fish. We gotta draw the line somewhere. Isn't she so silly cute? Are you so silly cute? Look at this silly cute fish. Fish are like anything post-backbone, pre-amphibians, a vast category. Sharks are older than trees. I knew sharks were very, very old. These are fish. I knew sharks were a very, very old species, but I didn't know that they were older than trees. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whoops. Let us take care when coloring. You think she's gonna like it, guys? She's sleeping right now, so she can't see. I assume she's sleeping. It's approximately none-night o'clock in England. You guys know, when am I supposed to say England and when do I say Britain? I know that there's a difference. I'll look at chat in a second to see what you guys think. I just found out a game, and I have to say I'm surprised the game is still in the Google store, and the dev team doesn't have an army of lorries knocking at the door. Enigma of Sapia? What are you talking about? Oh, we have an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. See you afterwards! Oh, Hank Green has a whole book called Fish Don't Exist, and that there's no biological family you can call fish. We just say that for most anything in the water. Ooh, that's crazy, actually. We're like, well, it's not a mammal. It's in the water, and it's not a mammal. It's not a, like, bird. It's not an insect. It's got, you know, they got backbones. They got spines, vertebrae. Well, I guess it's not a backbone, it's just a vertebrae. Oh, right. They classified bees as fish in a court case in California for some sort of endangered species protection. Right. I feel like I remember hearing about that. You guys haven't gotten tired of the music yet, have you? There's a clip in some Japanese movie, I don't remember what it is, but it's like this cool guy sits up and says something like, "Today is Friday in California," or something like that. What is that? Bees are fish in California. Vertebrae means like backbone, right? I think, see, because a fish vertebrae, should I wait till we're out of ads before I explain this? Oh, we got about a minute until ads are left. I'll talk about it more after. I, as a snail, am a fish because I am slimy. Shrimp says bugs, that's so true. Fish are little wet guys. It's true! England is just the kingdom. Britain is the combined kingdoms of England and Scotland and Cornwall. The UK is the country of the kingdoms. UK is the country of the kingdoms Britain, Wales, Isle of Man, and Northern Ireland. Okay. So it goes from bottom to top. England to Britain, that part excludes like Isle of Man, Northern Ireland, and Wales. And then UK includes those. Okay, okay. England's like a state. Gotcha. Frogfish? Legless, scales, vertebrate? Fish are snakes. I mean, snakes are particularly limbless, not just legless. Hey, isn't that the guy from Lord of the Rings? You're 90% sure, 99% sure it's like that? Okay. Ooh, Alpha Lock. Okay, so I'm comfortable in saying that Ayuyu is English, British, and lives in the UK. All of them are true. I believe. Not to dox her or anything. She's also a fish. Just in case that, needed to be clarified. So if you were gonna track her down, you would need to, you know, strap on the scuba gear. And then look really hard. And try not to let the Atlanteans take you out. I'll look at chat again in just a moment. In California, everything is a fish. Nervous looks around. Oh, I thought you would turn into a yippee Ayu. She's fish-ish. Does Bruno Mars is booty? Does he is fish? Who wrote the rule that a thing with feathers absolutely has to fly? Flightless birds. Whoa, chat's kinda crazy. This game is a gacha game of gender-bent anime characters from well-known series. Oh, Dragon Ball, Full Metal Alchemist, Attack on Titan, Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, they changed the character's name? That's interesting. Good luck finding things in the vast abyss of the ocean. It will come for you instead. Not the docs or anything. Proceed to tell which country she lives in. I don't know. Wow. Getting your spine. Whoa. Honey garlic fish bones. Honey garlic fish bones. Wait, don't make me hungry. A swarm of bees has entered the chat. Okay, let me pause this. Let me pause this. Hi, welcome in everyone. This is a new name. A new name to me. Thank you for following. We've got Honey Garlic Fish Bones rating in. We've got Amethyst Arcane Skill Check. We've got Space Laura. We got Sunny Anomaly. So many amazing names. These are a lot of great names. Welcome in everyone. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? If you're new here, feel free to introduce yourself. I love meeting new people. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. Here we like to do character art. We like to do painting a little bit here and there. We like a little pixel art. We also like to play indie games. I was about to say Metroid games. I don't think we played a single Metroid game. Indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I wouldn't be opposed, honestly. I'd be more likely to do Castlevania first. But yeah, we love getting to know each other. We love making friends, being friends, and having a lovely time. So if you're into that, I would love to get to know you. Blood is seawater produced in the body. Seawater was the initial circulatory system. Oh, well, thank you for following, Sunny. Thank you. Yeah, is existential crises around the idea of a fish. Oh yeah, I was gonna say during yeah, what did you do today? Honey garlic fish bones, what a fun name. Eating friends? No, we're not eating friends. Meeting friends. Shout out. I love this. Yeah, this is our friend Ayurisu. It's Ayurisu. We're doing a commission for her, but she's sleeping right now, so she can't see. It's Flash Commission Friday. We're out of slots for the night. Thank you, I was just getting to that. We're out of slots for the night for Flash Commission Friday, but you can catch us next Friday for more. Yeah, we're having a fun time. You do fashion illustration streams on Friday? Wait, that sounds so fun. Wait. Can you give me art text? Can I see? Art text. If you don't want to, that's also okay. I respect it. Tax evasion is part of fairy culture. Yeah, your name sounds delicious. It's like, ooh, honey garlic fish. And then you get to the bones part, and then the experience is kind of ruined. I'm gonna snoop. I hope you don't mind if I snoop. Sometimes we eat. Oh. Damsel. Spray bottle. The fairy vibes in here. Yay! I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like. What? I'm snooping. Kitsune Chaos, thank you for following. Lovely to meet you. What? Network error. What? Kitty? Oh no. Cheesecake omelet fish? Yeah. Does Bruno Mars's fish is the most out of context thing I've heard today. I honestly don't know the context. You guys, chat has had a life of its own today. Just got marinated so deep even the bones have flavor. Oh, that's right, Tantalus. No, we're not eating our friends. We're not eating our friends. If it's how to make friends here, puts his arm in front of cheese, here, have a snack, like they say. When in Rome, do as the Romans. No, I won't eat you. Thank you for following, Amethyst. Paranormal bellhops. Sounds so interesting. Yeah, once you have a link, if you would like to share, at least, let me know before you send it, and I'll hydrate. Hi, Max. Oh my goodness, it's Max. Cheese and crackers. Welcome in. Let me know when you have the link so that I can give you a permit. Okay, so you don't get bopped on the head for 20 seconds. No, I don't think you taste bad. I'm not a people eater, Saito. I'm not that kind of fairy. But yeah, every Fridays we've started doing Flash Commission Fridays. This is the second time we're doing it, I guess. But we got 20 minute little colored commissions. Oh, sniffly little sick screaming goose. Oh, there's a big fight in the basement. We'll make chat hungry for shrimp with my yapping powers. I don't have an art deck? Oh, art tax. You must pay your taxes by sending your art to the streamer. That's what I'm asking for. I'm just curious about what you were working on today. If you're able to send me a link. Yeah, Flash Commission night. We did this one for Damsel today. This one for Tantalus. This Tofu Coco's character. And Ayurisu is very silly, so we're drawing her as a silly fish. She's already a silly fish. We're drawing her as an even sillier fish. The silly levels are off the charts. Yeah, art text. Sometimes I forget that that's not like common lingo in all of the art areas of Twitch. Oh, they're so good. You're so sweet. Thank you. I may steal commission night? Yeah, do it. As long as you like advertise enough about it, you know, because I would hate for it to like, it's something that I honestly worried about with this idea that I would do it and then just nobody would buy them, and I was like, oh. But I suppose $15 for a 20 to 30 minute piece of art isn't so bad. Like, that's a good enough deal. So I was a little worried about it, but it seems to be going well. So just make sure you advertise enough about it. Okay? Congrats on winning the Battle Royale, Presmop. I'm gonna get back to working on this. Again, this is our friend Ayurisu. Silly Ayuyu. Silly Ayuyu. Also a VTuber. I'm still sort of deciding what the rest of her body will be colored like. Wait, can we steal another color from Ethereal? The eye color, the eye. It's crazy how, like, in the exact same spot I did these. I'm thinking of retiring the Princessify and draw me something redeems. Really? I used to have, art redeems. But I've taken them away for now, because they got a little overwhelming. It's something that's fun to do on stream, but when it becomes like an obligation, it's a little more difficult to manage. So I fully understand that. Oh, you're not following her? No wonder I haven't seen her streams. Ayurisu? OMG. Yes, follow Ayuyu. Do it. Orb. That's why mine are on the chopping block. Fully understand it. Why am I reaching for the orb? I got behind, now I'm trying to catch up. Yeah. Oh, these are backwards. Okay, sweet. What a funny face. Could we do... Yeah, a little tongue there. Not so bad, not so bad. Okay. I feel like for the rest of her outfit, we could do... Just like black and that bright pink. That's why I just can't do commissions? Dude, I fully understand. Oh, you stealing goose colors, yes. Blue. Hey, those are good shades of blue. You got some good shades of blue on you, kid. That was weird. I kind of regret saying that. How about we make the fins black and make her body hot pink? At least with commissions, I have incentive other than being nice. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the thing about art is that it really is like a unique experience for everybody. So you sort of have to learn how you work, you know? And sometimes it takes the rigors of trial and error and overbooking yourself, overworking yourself just a little bit, just to understand your limits, right? And these are things that will happen accidentally. At least in my experience. Like I said, it's different for everybody. I'd love to do commissions one day. Yeah, it is nice. It is nice to be able to do commissions. But I have to be very careful. I have to be very careful. Like, I've embarrassed myself a few times about commissions. I've had to refund commissions because I knew I just wasn't able to do it. There was one time I didn't ghost them, but somewhere around like 2019, I think, there was somebody I took a commission from on Facebook. I was real big on Facebook for a while. I wasn't big on Facebook, but I was in like art spaces on Facebook. And I got a commission from somebody, and I was like, okay, I'll do this. And then I lost Steam at some point, and then it kind of just ended up becoming a I'll do it when I can. I'm still working on it for weeks and weeks and weeks. So yeah. A few years later, he ended up messaging me again and was like, hey, can I get a refund for that? I was like, I don't have the money to give you a full refund, but I'll give you a partial refund. I'm so sorry. Oh, it was really embarrassing. But these kind of things happen, you know? These kind of things happen. You try not to do it, of course, absolutely. But, you know, when you're learning, it's difficult, right? What's my hand doing? Why is the pose of my hand like that? It's fine. I just started doing digital art a few months back when I brought my laptop. I used to do traditional like 10 years ago, but I haven't kept up much in recent times. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, art trades. Yes, art trades are good. Art trades are a great way to sort of give you a little taste of the commission experience with less pressure, you know. Where's my thumb? Where did my thumb go? It like disappeared into my hand. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Cygnus's art. Booty trades. I feel like my skill set is more idea, draft, and design rather than actually getting to a final render. Dude, I fully get that. I get that. That's why I usually just have sketch commissions open. Usually. Anything other than sketch commissions is like specifically on a case-by-case basis. It has to be something I'm really into that I can like make sure I can maintain focus on it for a long period of time. Like, I can't just do it in 1 or 2 sittings. I was looking through my old stuff recently. You should throw some of it in the Discord. I'm thinking she's got this this pattern on her shirt. I don't know necessarily what it means. It's a little magenta to cyan gradient. I think we could put that on the fins. Don't you think? We've got this alpha locked already. Yeah, something like that, but a little cleaner. I think that's neat, actually. I want this to be a brighter magenta. Whoa! Kind of fumbled it at the last second there. There we go. That's kind of neat. You guys like it? Do you think it's neat? I was asking you and Papa advice about opening commissions. I've been thinking about it for a while. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Just brace yourself to make mistakes, I guess. And to say it kindly. Not that I don't believe in you, but you know, you have to like learn. One has to learn. You know what I mean? Fish. She's so fish. She's really so fish. I need to select that. I'm gonna select it all at once. Now that I know I like the one. Oh yeah, that's a nice gradient. Gradient. Nice and smooth, Cheesy. Keep it nice and smooth. Go back in with the magenta again later. For sure, and I don't know how that'll go. It's part of learning yourself, right? I'm sleepy, but also I'm sleeping with the kitten. I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm just going to play the new Pokemon DLC. If you're sleepy, you should find some time to sleep. At least take a nap. We don't want her too selfish, or else she won't share. I have a feeling that she would like that. She'd like that joke. Not too selfish. I'm having fun with it at this point. Honestly. Which is okay, of course. No, it's not okay. Stop having fun, Cheesecake. Milo is really playful right now. Oh, Milo, your kitty cat. The kitty cat Milo. Okay, and now I want to get the... You see how she's got a little gold trim on her shirt? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that real quick. And then it'll be done. Unless you guys think it's too much. You think it's better without it? Who told the artists they could have fun? Corporate, probably. From corporate. You think it's good? A stretch and a hydrate, thank you, damsel. 5.5 hours in a stream. Like, I sort of expected the Flash Commission Friday nights would be a little longer than usual streams. I just don't know that I like. I don't know that I like the gold trim. You know what? It's not about me, it's a commission. I'm gonna make both versions and give them both to Ayurisu. It's her commission. It's her commission after all. I think that's a reasonable way to go about it. Not that I dislike being here, but it's 4 a.m.? Oh yeah, absolutely. Go to bed, Saito. Nanai. Nanai, we have you can join Prithby in being asleep. Nanai, Saito. Sleep well. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. 4:20 a.m. Sleep well, friend. I did a stretch. Did I do a sip? Good, good, good. Thank you. Okay. Let's do... my little watermark. See? See? Group these. No, not duplicate. Group. Duplicate. IUU. Gold. Gold version. And this IUU can be non-gold version, so let's get rid of that gold. Let's get rid of that gold. We did go over 20 minutes, but that's fine. It's okay. Well, we have another ad going. This will be our last ad for the night. I appreciate you guys hanging out through the ad. I'll see you afterwards. Wait, did we get art from the raider? Honey fish bones? Honey garlic fish bones? Whoa. If you're still around, I'd love to see what you made. If you could give me a link. If not, that's okay. I don't mind. Okay, sweet. Sweet as a sweet fish. I don't remember seeing a link. Yeah, I don't remember either. Yeah, I feel like IUU would appreciate the absolute silly factor of this. Okay. We've got both. IUU, not gold. Not good, not gold. Erase that. There we go. Nice and clean. It's cute. Oh, I'm glad you like it. She's so super silly. So super silly. Okay, let's get this to her. You guys can look at that in the meantime. There we go. Send that in. And then this one. Man, I love this playlist. I would love to have more of this. More of this, please. Okay. Sweet. Well, this was lovely. Lovely Flash Commissions night. Wow. Let me tag a Yuyu. Gib, please. Gib what? At Ayurisu. 2 versions. IDK whether I like the gold stripes. It was so good. Wow. Super fun, super fun. I'm looking forward to doing another one next week. I don't know, I don't remember the context in which I said that. I don't know either. Whoops. Was it the playlist? There's that. Thanks for streaming, Sniffly Goose. Thanks for being here. And thanks for getting the commission in the first place. And for the extra tip you threw on that too. I love how I made a discount for I made a discount for VIPs, but none of the VIPs have used the discount. So I feel like they're just tipping me extra. Like I said, it's only $12.50 if you're a Fey Noble. Yeah, 6 different raids. Oh, so wonderful, so wonderful. Ooh, 5 stream streak. Very nice, Tantalus. Yeah, literally 5 different both today and last week. Neither time did we have one of our Fey Nobles use the discount, which, you know, I appreciate that. Your slots filled up by the time I was actually around. Maybe I could have like 1 or 2 of them, 1 or 2 of the slots be like around, like you can pre-order. I would have done the lower price, but it felt like cheating since I'm not. What? That's not cheating at all. Do I have to send money back to you, damsel? You are a Fey Noble. I think it'd be Facism? I don't know. Facism? If I was to exclude you. Like, I didn't even have that in mind. You keep it? Okay. Your discount is my wife. Yes, exactly. High demand, I guess. I honestly wasn't expecting both times for all of the slots to fill up, especially not so quick. Yeah, maybe not that. So I think for next time, yeah, facism. For next time, I'll have it like earlier in the day. I'll like do a ping in the Discord server and be like, two slots are open for pre-order. If anybody knows that they're not going to be there for the beginning of the stream, you know, that kind of thing. I know, when spicy pineapple juice. Alright. Whoa! That's a lot of points. It's a good thing you're already a Fey Noble, huh, Archer? You've already got all 4 hats. I think at least. Or you're not. Fascism? No, it's not fascism. Just the mod hat? Really? You haven't done the Fey Noble once? Oh, SPJ, when SPJ did Flash Commissions, he had the slots open up over time, like throughout the stream, instead of all open from the beginning. So I wonder if that would be a better way to do it. I've been subbed the whole time, haven't needed to. But you get the hats. You get the hats. You get access to the Fake Court. You already have access to the Fake Court in the Discord server because you're a mod. But your stream avatars don't get hats. It's okay. As long as you're happy. But yeah, it's absolutely lovely. You remember that? You remember the SPJ Flash Commission stream? Dude, he drew my Razor Kick. Oh, he drew Razor Kick. Ah, and it's like the coolest art of Razor Kick that I've gotten. Like, let me go hunt that down so I can pull it up because it's straight up like my favorite Razor Kick art. I know I sent it in NTN server. Oh, there it is. One of my favorites. Oh, you almost won? Oh, congrats, Isaac. He drew Henrietta dancing on flames. He's so good. He's so good. He's crazy good. I'm a little jealous of how dynamic he can make his art, honestly. So cool. Look at this guy. Oh, he gave them the little fang. I only just realized he gave him the little fang. I love that. Be weird if I wasn't part of the Winter Court? Yeah, I fully expect you to hold that role year round. I know you were just waiting. You were just waiting for the Winter Court in order to redeem that. Where's my phone? Is it still in my bag? Yes, it is. Let me hunt down somebody to raid. Oh, I was listening to Cadmium Colors by Jamie Page. Good song, good song. Whoa. Oh, yeah! I'm gonna beat up SPJ for being so good. I'm gonna beat him up. Yeah, her face is so cute! No, I couldn't beat up, SPJ. I just couldn't do it. Let's see who's live right now. We got some good ones. Ooh. I want to see if I could raid somebody who's doing art right now. Because it's an art kind of night, right? Oh, there's a fundraiser stream going. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're reading Pastel. Yeah, shout out Spicy. That's one of my fellow tricksters. My pal even, yeah. I have experienced spicy pineapple juice in real life. We've hung out before. Now he knows we're talking about him. I think that's only with the big shout out. Like the / shout out. Yes, we're rating Pepel. Delightful, sweet, sweet pastel madness. That is an 18+ channel. So if you're not 18+, I think you should find somewhere else. Respectfully. But send in the raid call at least, because it's gonna help her out a lot. Jack also experienced SPJ IRL? Maybe. I don't know where Jack is. Let's get our raid call going. There we go. Raid calls are super duper important. If we do wavy emoji. Wavy emote. When we raid out to somebody, Twitch only counts us as viewers if we too far though. Yeah, that's a bummer. Twitch only counts us as viewers if we send a message in their chat, okay? So even if you lurk, even if you leave, throw in the raid call. It's okay, I promise. Yeah. Pastel Madness is doing a fundraiser stream for Niantic Doozy. Somebody needs to make rent. We're doing some emergency fundraising for a friend. So if you've got some to spare and you haven't spent it on commissions tonight, consider throwing that to Pastel or consider throwing that to Niantic Doozy. And I'm sure all the donor links and all that will be available at the time. So let's go ahead and get the raid started. It was so lovely hanging out with you all today. Underscore madness. 2Ds. He was summoned. Jack was summoned. Have you hung out with SPJ, Jack? Guys, I'm first. Wow, you're so first, Roy. Yeah, thanks for being here. Guys, you're awesome. I'm so glad I had the idea to do the flash commissions because I'm gonna be honest, I've been struggling to make enough money. Especially with Christmas time. I have to get at least something little for my family, you know? So these flash commissions are really helping me out a lot. Big appreciate. And I hope they continue to be as successful as this. He's chill, yeah, he's super chill. He's also like kind of crazy, but he's also super chill, you know what I mean? Like he's kind of crazy / positive, right? Anyway, I'm gonna be live again tomorrow night for Trickster night with the Tricksters. I'll be playing Red Dragon Inn, and it's hot cocoa night, so get some hot cocoa. Send some pictures in the Tricksters Discord server. And we'll have a wonderful time. Thank you all for being here. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Hi, friends. Oh, good morning, Prithvi. Bye.
Hi, Cheesecake. Thank you for your raid. I appreciate you, darling. I'm glad someone used Chi-Chi's emotes. I love Chi-Chi's emotes. Hi! We're normally an 18+ stream, but we're doing a fundraiser today, so... Let me do my spiel. We do swear, we do say a bunch of stuff, but I will make an exception for today. Well, welcome. How was art? Hi, Denzel. Chi-Chi is very good, yes. Confirmed. But how was stream? How was art? I was seeing that you're doing flash comms. How are you doing? What was your last flash com? Links are allowed. Just so you know, you won't get bonked. Just remember, I do check them. So. I had fun drawing characters. It was a lovely time. Yippee! Oh, that's so good to hear. I should do a flash commission thing. What did you leave it as? Or, like, did you, like... I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to ask this. Did you do it through Ko-fi? Or did you... Like, what do you do it through? / how do you do it? Yippee! Although I told Cheesecake I was gonna steal that idea. Nice. Oh, I did see this. I did in fact see this, yes. This is Cheesecake. They're $15 for 20-minute drawing. Oh, okay. That's cool. So silly. Oh yay, it worked. I didn't do it in the right order, but it worked, and that's all I care. I was messing with the timer earlier. But I guess I should welcome in the raiders properly. Oh, the damsel. Oh, the damsel. I love damsel. I love damsel so much. I love this. This is really cute. Is this one of your new princesses, or is this one of your, older ones? I don't think I've seen this princess before. I love you! Yeah, I don't think I've seen this, princess before. Spouse. Don't you know all of the council members are all spouses in their own right? We are all spouses together. The entirety of council is just all spouses. We're all so married to each other. Older one, okay. Yeah, I remember her being in the art fight lineup, but I wasn't sure if I wasn't remembering if they were like an older one. Cheesecake. My spouse. But I guess I should do my little rage spiel. Welcome, writers. As you may know, I am Pastel, also known as Pepe. I do a lot of art here on Twitch.tv. But we're going to be starting to do more games this time around. What we were doing today was